Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our live broadcast of the sixth round of Aeroflot Open. Today, a bit unusual, we have only one round and it's just about to start. The current standings are that we have two leaders, Hans Niemann and Hagabian Aram, on 4.5 out of 5. Then we have 8 players on 4 out of 5, and all of them are playing against each other. And then we have about 18 players on 3.5 out of 5, also very, very huge group, mostly containing of grandmasters. Obviously, the first top 5 boards of the present round will be of the most crucial importance, who will keep or who will take the lead. But also the players who can win having 3.5, they obviously will join the leaders group. Most of the favorites, more or less proving their status, their either on +2 or on +3, even though we have certain big names who are still trailing somewhere below with 2.5 or 3 out of 5, but still there are 4 rounds to go, and all of them are still not without their chances to catch up. Initially, we had about 140 participants. It looked that 4 of them already withdrew, so we have just 60. So we have just 68 boards, and hopefully we will not miss any other players. All of them will conclude that interesting tournament. On the screen, you see the players who are on 3 points, very big group. Obviously, they all need to win at least one or better 2 games to be in a contest for the fight for the top prizes in that event. Hard to say how aggressive both leaders, what are their moods. Hans Niemann still a player whom I can't really judge. He's young, he's ambitious. So far, he really plays very impressive chess. And Aram Hagabian, also a young player. I think he's about 23, 24, around that age. So both players are at their best period of life. They're young, full of energy, full of ambition. So hard to guess. Either they will play some solid and game with the more motto, the main is not to lose, or they will just give it all, and the motto could be the winner takes it all. Next we have Jan Nepomniachtchi with white playing against Evgeny Nair, Richie Rapid with white playing against Danishvar Bardia, Andrei Yesipenko with white against Alexander Shumanov, and Alexei Gaganov with white against Ronax Dwani. These are 4 boards with all players on 4 out of 5. So we see some pictures. So players are already, most of them coming and sitting. Hans normally are quite late. So some of people tend to explain it because he's a smoker. Some of them trying to find some other reasoning, but anyway, he doesn't mind to give a regular handicap for all his opponents, and so far it wasn't saving them. On the screen, you see Daniil Dubov, one of the favorites in that event, and basically one of the favorites in any chess event. He's on the 3.5, and he plays black against Dmitry Bocharov. I remember they actually played a very interesting game in recent Russia Cup in November in Sochi. I was also present in that match, and the game was really interesting. Daniil happened to win, but it was a big fight. Sava Vitokhin, our young and promising grandmaster, he plays white against Vladislav Artemiev. So another challenge to Vladislav, can he handle on playing against the young stars? So far it wasn't easy to him. Nikita Afanasyev against Vahidov Shamsidin, Grishuk Alexander against Mikhail Nikitenko. So these are pairs for players who has 3.5 out of 5. So lots of encounters between two GMs. So on the screen we see Aram. He actually quite focused. You see he came just in time, and as usual we see just an empty chair in Hans' place, and probably either his cigarettes or whatever he's smoking are just too good, or he has his own principles when does he needs to arrive and to appear at the chessboard. Maybe 5 minutes delay should be the way he likes. Who knows? Actually, Gary at his best time, he also was absent for most of his games, and I remember sometimes I was waiting him for quite a while. Then he was appearing, like, you know, with some noise at the playing hall or around the building, that some appearance of the king. Yeah, and you are just need to wait and to applaud his bigger rival. Not sure about the Hans. He has something similar, but anyway, both of them has this tendency to be late. Actually, I don't mind. I mean, so if it's not some zero tolerance or other advanced rules, I guess it's up to the player's habit. I was never sort of offended if my opponent was late, or he was occasionally late, or he was consciously late, or whatever. I mean, it never really bothered me. I was mostly trying to be on time, since I was a player who liked to think a lot, and for me these time troubles were quite a usual problem. So I was just simply trying to be practical and not to lose any time, knowing my bad habits. Also, you see on the screen there are a kids event. It's still going on. It's 4 round-robin tournaments with 10 players in each, and girls and boys under 13, girls and boys under 15. So we also have some interesting games there, but unfortunately we cannot probably move and switch our attention to cover these events as well. So Aram is waiting. The game has just begun, I guess, and while I will see the moves, we will go game by game. Just to remind everyone who just connected maybe for the first time, that's round 6 of the Aeroflot tournament. It's a 9-round event, and the time control is 90 minutes till the end of the game, plus 30 seconds increment after each move. So it means that all the players has to be quite well with time management, otherwise they can really spoil their chances. And we've seen it already plenty of times, that some great moments, some great ideas were basically spoiled by this time shortness. It's really still hard to say who will be in the contest for the first places. Obviously, so far, Niemann really impressed me with the way he plays. Also, I think that Ivan Zimlansky, also I think he showed a really good level of play, lots of ideas, lots of desire, lots of concentration, and basically already quite a mature way of playing. Same I would say about Denis Lazovic, but his famous successes on internet makes him not be like some underdog here. It's like some stuff from the internet comes to play some live chess from time to time. So he's obviously already proved that he's a very strong player, but still I saw him just a few times in the live actions, and I'm not any follower for these internet events. So for me, he's like still like a new guy who is coming, and the way he plays a technical part of the game really impressed me. He is quite good. Also, we have Russian champion under 17, Isaac Parpiev, with 3.5 out of 5. It's clearly should be a great position for him in that tournament. So we will also take a closer look if he can proceed further or not. He due to play against Denis Lazovic. So two youngsters are facing each other. So Hans finally appeared. Okay, we have some moves on some boards. Kayan is playing against Evgeny Nair. And we have another Italian piano with D3, short castle, D5, takes. It's Jan already played it in that tournament, maybe via some other transposition, Rook 1, a well-known position, tons of theory. Okay, let's wait a bit how it goes. Richie against Danishvar Bardi from Iran, also the player who is so far showing a very, very decent and very, very sane chess. So he's obviously can play, I guess, even better than his present LS suggests. And we have knight f6. And you see that Richie takes his time to see which variation he wants to go. Probably he opted for solid d3, d6, and the game will be a bit more slow, but with all pieces present at the board. Next we have Andrei Yesipenko against Alexander Shimanov. Andrei had a tough start at this tournament. He made a draw in the first round. He was lost at the second round. Okay, lucky he won, and thanks to that, he was able to climb and to play on the third board. So far, the position is well known. C5, Rook B1, just to avoid lots of simplifications and lots of forced lines. Rook B1 gets an option for white to keep more pieces on the board. Knight f3 castle shot, still everything well known, and now white needs to come up with some ideas. Bishop c4 or bishop d3, bishop c4, h4. I remember I was analyzing in that position because h4 you were supposed to analyze at any possible moment in a modern chess. Next we have Alexei Gaganov with white against Ronak Sadvani, so far knight f3. Ronak played h6 yesterday here, and it's a big question, does Alexei has prepared something nasty against the third move h6, or Ronak will decide that he will choose something else and he will not check his opponent's prep. Dmitry Bocharov is white against Daniil Dubov, a solid beginning of the game, knight f3, b6. So Daniil decided not to go with some crazy idea, just to play some classical chess, bishop d2, bishop e7. And okay, now white is choosing, bishop g2, knight c3, both moves are of course well known and possible, so okay, so far we will just wait until something new gonna happen. Sava Vitokhin against Vladislav Artemiev, knight c3, h6. Another trendy move, just to because I remember a long time ago, maybe around 2010, 2011, around that period of time, I was actually trying to experiment here with s6. And I not only played it very frequently on ICC and other internet resources, but I remember also played it in classical chess. I think I played it against Vladimir Kramnik in super final. I think I played it probably against Yannick Pelletier in build. So I was even playing it over the board with a classical time control, but in some sense h6 might be even more useful than s6. If I would think a bit back then, maybe I could come to the conclusion that if we choose between two strange-looking side moves, h6 and s6, maybe in the long run, h6 could be even slightly more useful for black. So okay, h6 happened, take, bishop f4, and as usual, Vlad is taking his time. Black can opt for the solid c6, bishop d6, and via this way to get the normal Queen's Gambit, knight c3, bishop e7, just saying that h6 it could be a useful a move for black, or he can go with some knight f6, bishop d6, and try to keep the pawn on c7. Maybe it can go even to c5 at one turn in some events. Alexander Glishuk against Mikhail Nikitenko, c4, c5. I don't see any moves yet. Either Alexander just thinking, or we have some delay with the moves. No, actually he just took his time, so not so many moves so far. So we'll probably come back later. Here we have this beginning. Maxim Bontlakov plays Jamsaran Tsidipov, both players also on 3.5. And we have Sicilian knight f3 d6. Mostly we've seen that white players tends to choose in favor for Rossolima variation. Okay, let's see if Maxim will pick up the challenge and go with open Sicilian d4 and try to hit there, or he will also go for some bishop b5 or something like that. Erdem Hubukshanov plays Arseny Nesterov, and we have French defense, knight d2 c5, knight f3, capture on d4, knight c6. It's not the only way how black could meet this force move knight gf3, but it's also became very, very trendy, because actually black can not even try to equalize here, but actually black can even try to fight for something bigger in that type of structure. I mean, if white takes knight c6, bc6, bishop d3, and okay, then black has different choices, some bishop d6, queen c7, some of course subtleties, and but in fact, if black wants to play it in a dynamic way, he actually can, and try to fight and not only try to equalize and hold. So Erdem is taking his time. I don't know if he has something else in mind or not. I don't know which move he played. Okay, white is normally taking c6, going bishop d3. Other moves are considered to be of less strength, if I remember. The derby of the young stars are there, and we have double fiancetta with black. So Denis probably looking for the way how he can probably try and fight with the black pieces, and Isaac is playing so far quite in a classical way. Another clash of the young stars, Ivan Zemlyansky against Artem Moskov. Both players, I guess, they about 14 years each, approximately this. So we have Najdorf and against Najdorf, bishop g5, knight bd7, and bishop e3. I've never seen such move, bishop e3, because I remember I had a file in my notes when I just started to learn Najdorf with 6 move bishop e3, that it has some point for black to go knight bd7. So after 6 move bishop e3, so I mean here, after bishop e3, knight bd7. I remember I was analyzing this, and I even had some file back in the sweet 90s, or maybe beginning of 2000. But of course, I could never imagine that after bishop g5, knight b7, bishop e3 could be the white's choice. Okay, just a free tempo and just enjoy your life. Yeah. So you see, Artem is no less surprised than me, but that is okay. In the modern chess, if you has done your job with data centers, you may basically play any sensible move, and even not as sensible ones. Still, you'll never be punished for any of your experiments. Just be ready and feel free. I mean, of course, I'm not saying it's a sort of a bad move, but it looked like it's one of the 10 possible options where white is not fighting for any opening advantage, but just looking for some maybe independent play, let's say like this. Vadim Zvyagintsev against Yaroslav Remizov. So far we have Queen's Gambit accepted, one of the main positions. Okay, white can take on c5 or play much more sharper lines. It's a moment to choose now. Haik Martirosyan against Soham Kamotra, probably the player from India. Also, they have the same Queen's Gambit accepted, but Bishop e7. I don't know this move. And short castle. Okay, white takes some time. Okay. To my very, very old knowledge of chess, Bishop e7 is supposed to be a passive choice, which gives white plenty of options how to get some opening advantage. But now the chess are so full of surprises that, okay, I'm not there to insist. Artem Pingin against Aydin Suleiman Lee. Both of them missed on the previous round, and of course you see h4. Just no matter if it's good, wrong. Yes, I remember that. I think the Neil Dubov played it. Maybe some other top guys has played some h4. But of course, whenever I see this h4, I'm still smiling a bit. That if you don't know what to do, what to play, just push it. Okay, h4 played. Manuel Petrosyan against Lev Zverev. Lev is really proving that his name is Lev. He didn't make a single draw. 3 wins, 2 losses. Another player from our coming generation. He's also 14, and he's also already showing a very good and decent level of chess. But so far, I don't see any moves on that board. Artem Stribuk against Sergei Drigalov. Okay, some classical English. Okay, black yet to decide what the next move should be. Maxim Samosenko against Rudik Makaryan, knight f3, also French defense, and also with knight d2. So finally, we've seen some French appears, because otherwise in the first rounds at top boards it was a very, very rare guest. Now at least 2 games are 2 games with French, and knight c6, knight b3, s6, still a well-known position, and white takes time and check their choices. Ilya Ilyushonok against Sukasyan Vahe. Here we have these 2 knights defense, knight c3, s6, f4. Also classical and old line. I think even I played it back in 1999 against Jan Timman in Sarajevo Super Tournament. I can't say that I was happy with my with what I got with white after the opening, but still I felt that okay, maybe it's not because something wrong with my first 7 moves. It's probably something wrong with my understanding of chess. Okay, h3. And okay, I think bishop h5 is quite principal, but black needs to know what to do after g4, of course, or otherwise I don't see the point in inviting white pawn come to h3. Anyway, it's quite useful move to my understanding. So taking on f3, I don't know, it's possible, but in general, I think I would not mind to play that with white. Mahdi Golami from Iran against Oleg Vastruhin. Okay, some modern peers. Still knight standing on g8, and still with black trying to be flexible. Maybe knight can still come to f6, and we will enter the main lines of the peer's defense. Or if the knight will remain standing there, black can go for some s6 b5, which I also tried with black, but I never liked, and I still think it's a very, very dubious line. Maybe some c5 or knight c6, but overall with pawn on f4, I guess anyway, black is probably wiser and safer still to go knight f6 and just transpose. But of course, Oleg is an experienced guy, and he played already so many times this line with black, so we can trust on his knowledge and his experience there. Okay, let's return to board 1. We have what do we have? We have Spanish with castle, bishop e7, and just take on c6. A possible line of play, avoiding all this marshal, anti-marshal, and all that stuff. Okay, bishop c6, dc6, d3, and all of a sudden Hans is taking his time. Knight d7 is one of the moves, bishop g4, but I don't know if black likes to play such as the structures nowadays. And what else? Some queen d6, bishop e6 looks a bit heavy. So I remember some knight d7 or bishop d6 should be like a normal choices for black. Here both players are playing fast, so we can suspect them being quite prepared. Bishop g4, h3. Okay, bishop h5, knight bd2. Okay. Knight b6, bishop, no bishop, just b4. Take. So black has grabbed an important bishop. It's obviously some achievement, that's no doubt. But in return, white wants to eat the central pawn. Otherwise, of course, all white's done has absolutely no any deep or even not deep meaning. So after knight e7, I think Jan took the pawn on e5, quite logical. Otherwise black just enjoys too much. And here that's a typical modern chess when black gets to two bishops, maybe some easy piece play, and white has many pawns to watch out for. This pawn on b5 can be actually a possible target. The spin is still the spin. Queen d1, bishop h5 is still a bit annoying. So okay, and obviously Yevgeny can be still on his prep, and he might know what to do next. d3 from Ricci, d6. Castle shot. I also played castle shot first. And only then I was deciding how to put my pawns and my pieces. Bishop d7, that's sort of a normal reply. Rook e1. White still wants to have some d4 option. If black goes g6, then white can still think about playing d4. So, but h6 I'm out of book. I think I've never seen such a move. Why, what for, and why black needs this move, really hard to say. I doubt that any g5 is on a black span, so maybe some useful move. No idea why it should be done instead of developing move. Okay, knight c3 and plays alone. Okay, but white can even take on c6, go d4. Then it for surely should be slightly better for white. So I'm a bit surprised what Bardier wants here. Oh, okay, let's see. Of course, h4. It's not because I mentioned this, but because as we spoke yesterday with Valentina, in the modern chess, if you can play h4 and it's not bad or immediately can be punished by your opponent, you sort of have to play this. Otherwise, you have to explain why you didn't play h4 when you had your first objective for that. So h4 played, so nothing new to us. b6, Alexander replied, and okay, bishop d3. Take on d4, take on d4, and e5. About this I have zero idea, of course, if it's good or not. Obviously, Alexander is quite well prepared. He plays fast, and he must know his business, but I don't remember this play at all. So again, it's so far that's a clash of preparations. Who knows it better, and to which extent? So white has taken with the knight. Black, I guess, taking with the queen on d4, bishop b2, and it seems queen b4 check. And now Andrei needs to decide, okay, queen d2 is sort of a bailing out. Yeah? It's hard to say that white can count on something real without queens, but if he goes with the king, he really needs to know what is he doing, yeah? Because position in the center is quite open, and all these side attacks are far from easy. Okay, there are still obviously prep from Alexander. Next we have a classical Catalan, already h6, already f5. On every round, at least 2-3 games on that topic. So basically, if you want to play and to participate in more modern big events, this you're supposed to play from both sides and just show some automatic knowledge, yeah? Because everyone plays this for both sides, and it looks like you can't avoid playing it with either color. Bishop g2, short castle, short knight c3, d5, short castle, c6. All of a sudden, Daniil is playing very solid and classical line. C takes, C takes, and okay, there's still lots of play to go. So basically, it's still some Catalan. Just black already had the bishop on a6, and white has already released the tension in the center. Okay, by the Catalan standards, it should be more or less acceptable for black. I don't know, 95, maybe with some pushes later can be an option, but it's still not yet really easy. Rook c1 actually is played. So I don't know. So knight c6 is supposed to take on d5 probably. Otherwise, just knight c6, rook c8, and black is having just a great position without a single trouble. So I just wonder if knight d5, queen d5, knight somewhere. I don't know if knight e5 works. It's probably something there. Okay. Bishop e3. Okay, some option, but it's hard to say if black needs it right now. Here so far everything very classical. Yes, bishop f4 c6, e3 bishop d6, queen f3. That's one of the ways white is trying to play. Knight e7. Then okay, then obviously in that type of play, h6 seemed to me more useful for black than pawn on s6, because pawn on s6 of a little use, and pawn on h6 is much of a better use for black. So it should be approximately equal. Here we have symmetrical English. Okay, Taba played yesterday here very provocative bishop e3. And against Artyom Pingin, they play a very interesting game. Bishop e3, d6, queen d2. Then after h6, knight f3. And in general, it was a very playable and interesting position for white. So I don't know if Alexander will repeat or add something from his own prep and for his own taste. Here we have another Carlsbad structure: bishop g5, h6, bishop h4. It's also very trendy now to include h6 at the very first occasion. So nobody is afraid of any bishop f6 or whatsoever. Just go h6 and sleep well. Yeah, queen c2, c2, and okay. Obviously, black is full of choices. Here we have yes, we have open Sicilian. Another variation with bishop e2, e6, bishop e3, queen c7, queen d2, b5, a3, and basically the players gets to some well-known positions just with some inclusion of move bishop e2, because I remember I was playing this with white, of course, but normally with the bishop on f1, and instead maybe short castle g4. So it's a famous English attack against another variation, but okay, the inclusion of bishop e2 makes it a bit different, but I don't see the big profit for white. If black just continues knight d7 and sort of it, okay, if white goes long castle, then it's not clear if it's a huge achievement to have this bishop on e2 instead of some standard play on the king side. If white wants to castle short, then I don't know, with all these pawns and pawn on e3, what is basically white's play. Black goes just knight d7, bishop 7, castle short, rook c8, and has lots of easy and standard moves, and the pieces standing well. So hard to say what does Maxim have in mind. Still, I believe that most probably he go to the long castle. Maybe he wants long castle and sacrifice on b5. And then with these 3 pawns for the piece and no any g4, no any weakening g4, then white has done actually all the useful moves. Then bishop e2 is useful, f3 is okay, e3 is also okay to protect potentially the pawn on e2. Then all moves seems to be right and correct. And if black goes bishop f7, long castle, short castle, okay, playing like this, they probably avoided sacrifices, but they invited g4 and all this stuff. And it still be quite a bit dangerous, even despite this bishop e2 and e3 moves. Okay, next we have this sort of tabia. So white has exchanged on c6. Yes, bishop d6, queen e2, queen c7, knight f3. I think it's still my game against Ruslan Ponomaryov from Grand Prix in Tashkent 2012. Another game which I convincingly lost, and quite quickly. Short castle. And here I think I played c5, if I'm not mistaken, just with a pure idea to go bishop c6. And then I think we had some knight d2, bishop f4, knight c4, and we had sort of play like this. I felt that position should be pretty even, and I should not have too much troubles to play it, but just to realize 10 moves later that I'm about to resign. Here we have short castle d5, knight e6, knight c3, knight c5. Ronak played it in one of the first rounds with black. e5, yeah, maybe something similar, it's hard to say, knight c2. f5, and okay, some rook b1. I don't know if black is really happy to get something. It's sort of a King's Indian with fianchetted bishop on b7. Okay, still b6 is sort of useful. That's actually true, but quite often d6 and bishop c8. It's very often we see that the black player is playing something like this, but then of course it's a big question if it's ideal way of playing. First b6, bishop b7, then d6, bishop c8. Hard to say. Maybe this tempo is not of such a big importance, but anyway, I have my doubts. For the moment, I cannot switch my board. Trying to understand why. Trying to understand why I cannot move it, or maybe I can. Maybe I can. No, but it doesn't show. Yes, it shows, but with a huge delay. Yeah, okay, finally we got there. And against bishop e3, Artyom played h6. It would not be my pick, maybe out from top 10 rights for sure. I don't know if it's really really that important to go h6. Maybe he was thinking how to get his position which he knows. Maybe anyway he was supposed to play h6 against any other white's move. And white replied f4. And after f4, okay, it's still an open affair. I don't know exactly what does Artyom has in mind playing h6. He prepares some e5 and he takes a square, or anyway h6 seems to be so useful. Hard to say. It's far from my knowledge. Here it says it's a draw. So Vadim is faithful for his strategy. If you're over 45, you should not exhaust yourself by playing all the 9 rounds in 6 days. Okay, a couple of short draws, especially with white, are completely welcome. So okay, he's faithful for his strategy. Queen e2, c5. Okay, rook d1. Okay, even d c5 may be possible because okay, bishop c5 looks a bit ugly. Just a well-known position, tempi down. Knight takes to d4, queen b6, and knight c3. Black needs to be cautious, of course, because okay, white has some lead in the development. Maybe e4 bishop e3 is coming, and black really should be careful how to finish the development. Okay, but probably everyone has already played 100 games on internet on that topic, and I'm just talking some nonsense here. Queen c2, knight b7, h4, d takes, queen takes, and c5. Classical way of dealing with all that h4 moves. If you see the flank move, reply with a central play. Okay, so black immediately starting some actions in the center, and it's sort of a question, okay, instead of castle shot, you made move h4. Okay, you have to prove me why and what. Why and what? Now the boards are so strangely frozen that I don't know if I'll be able to continue with that speed. Okay, so here we have 4 knights in this famous line. Bishop d3, d5, take on d5. Okay, short castle also possible. Castle, h3, c6. Also very old and classical line. I think nowadays it's much more popular to go with rook b8 or other moves. Okay, c6 is of course absolutely fine. Old golden classical move. Queen f3. So after queen f3, here black went rook b8. This I don't remember exactly, because there are lots of transpositions, there are lots of ways how black can mix their moves and without basically any harm. Okay, bishop f4. Okay, the bishop does not appear on f4, but okay, bishop f4, bishop d6, b3, queen c7. This is, to my taste, slightly better for white, because black has considered a tempo in changing bishops, but anyway, it's pretty solid for black, of course, so it's possible, of course, to play. G3, bishop b4. Black has made their choice. 95. So now we have some reversed Sicilian. And bishop c5, bishop g2. d6, short castle, d3. h6, e3, s6. Still more or less a well-known position. White sometimes takes on f6 and goes with knight to e4, but I think it's a old strategy of playing this, and nobody plays like that now. Obviously b3, bishop b2, just to finish the development. Bishop d2 is also a normal approach, just followed by rook c1, and maybe trying later to see maybe some play with b4 can takes place. So all the fight ahead. All the fight ahead, but our boards are not so much ahead. Here just s6 and f4 happened. This move I have zero idea. Okay, obviously a possible line of playing. I just don't know if it's necessary to go this early f4 for white. Okay, b5. Maybe it was in agenda for black to go b5, bishop b7 to get the bishop to the active diagonal. But anyway, does it cost to go f4 for that? Hard to say. It's really hard to say. But I don't see any boards right now. Today we have slightly tough broadcasts because seeing the board, touching the boards are not that easy. Okay, then meanwhile I can remind you that the prize fund for this year edition is 19,600,000 rubles. It's a total prize fund for the open section, with 4 million going for the first place and 200,000 rubles going for the last 15th place. Apart from this, there are 5 additional categories of prizes, so overall another additional 15 prizes for best veteran, for best female veteran, for best in a category, for lower rating categories, and so on and so forth. Also just for the best female player overall. And let's hope we will be able to fix the boards and to continue looking at what goes on the 6th round. Let's see if I can get to the 6th round. Here the game goes, the leader's game, here everything goes with a slow motion, but this type of position is quite well known. We saw it many times against anti-Berlin with force move bishop takes c6, so very similar way of play. Already this mysterious king h1, and white is also trying to be flexible, so maybe f4, maybe g4, I don't know, maybe some other play white has. Okay, so all the fight ahead. Here black opted for s6, immediately asking white to decide upon this pawn on b5, and okay, rook b1, and knight to g6. So of course I'm not aware does it good or bad. Okay, knight g6, probably bishop g6. I doubt that any possible sacrifice. After bishop g6, bishop d3 is a huge tempo and probably not really convenient to protect the pawn. And Jan, you see, is taking his time. Okay, bs6, obviously not maybe what white intends. Okay, black gets too many active pieces. Okay, maybe that's the way just to trade everything and settle with draw. But if white wants to play, obviously it should be probably something else. And withdraw the knight back is a bit shaky. Black will be very dangerously placed for all this knight h4 play. So overall looks pretty acceptable to my taste for black. Here after, okay, just bishop e7 happened. Everybody happy to have played h6 and bishop e7, f4, castle and h3. So a bit obscure play by both of the players. So okay, at least both of them making some useful moves and trying to hide their intentions in the center and trying to avoid some simplifications here. Okay. Here after queen b1, yes, queen before check, king f1 happens. But after queen d6, Andrei went for bishop c4, suggesting to trade queens on my terms, not on your terms, but on my terms, and black opted just for bishop e6, trying his strategy to simplify and to exchange all possible active white pieces. Bishop on c4, obviously one of the main one, and by trading this, Alexander is also almost completing his development, and white needs to be careful, because then it would be black who would avoid actually trading queens. The king on f1 would be mostly a headache for white. A typical Catalan structure. Okay, black has two bishops, white has better control in the center. This mighty knight on f5, but not that easy to make any significant progress. Black is very, very solid, has two bishops, and white king is also not entirely safe. Okay, maybe king h1, rook g1, and try to play on this side, but okay, that's all well known. So it's all well known. Next we have a bit of strange move to me. Okay, rook c1, knight bd7. Okay, white went f4. This idea I think I've never seen. Why it's so important to, okay, knight b5 probably just to get to the knight. Okay, bishop b7 and queen c2. Just in the long run, this b3 f4 white may regret, yeah, because it can be potentially a weakening way of playing. The king side is, especially if knight comes to c6 to a5, or maybe some piece will be comfortably placed on b4 for black. So I do have my doubts about f4 move, but okay. Again, let's trust the players who obviously much better experienced in that type of structures than me. H4 from Sava. Also a typical and at the same time quite a fighting move. So white is fighting to take some space, and also a little bit to scary Vlad for any potential short castle. Then white might even consider some g4 actions. Then quick g5 is coming, and it should bother black for sure. So if black is not making a short castle, then okay, then he needs to probably waste some tempers, and okay, in many positions this h4 is pretty useful for white. Here, okay, the classical English. Okay, no experiment with bishop on a3. Okay, just a normal way of playing. Here we have the classical Carlsbad structure. I don't know, maybe white starts this minority attack with rook b1 before. Sort of it. Okay, approximately should be equal, of course. Maxim Matlakov, yes, after f3, knight c6 happened. Long castle. Now black needs to reckon with sacrifice on b5, and that's why probably Jean Saran decided to go b4. Take. Just to avoid any sacrifices on b5. even though it's still a possibility for white now to go knight c to b5. I don't know if does this move exist. Okay, probably that's too much. Yeah? Knight e2, king b1, take, and white will not have so much. Yeah, not have so much, but maybe if king b1, bishop e7, knight b5, but also just if takes, queen b4, short castle. Okay, this f file can be potentially a problem for white. So I guess this tactics with knight cb5 is probably not there. I just think that otherwise bishop e7 short castle on this knight on b4 would be pretty much annoying. And okay, white anyway already played some bishop e2, and black is fine. Maybe some d5 later. So okay, hard to say. Hard to say what goes on. Okay, here after c5. Yes, knight d2 also happened, and okay, instead of some automatic bishop f4, Arseny went for knight d5. What he wants. Okay, still white probably moves the knight, and then still black can go bishop f4 if he wishes to. Because to go to bishop e7 looks a bit more passive, but maybe it's actually can be his idea to go bishop e7 and then maybe jump some knight b4. Sort of it, trying to discoordinate white. Okay. Here, okay, the classical King's Indian. Okay, Denis indeed lost a bit of tempest to regroup his bishop from b7 to a normal position on d7. And meanwhile, white has probably prepared some a3, b4. Maybe it's not as dangerous as it's supposed to be, especially with the knight on c2. Normally white trying to get this knight on the other squares. So, okay, like a possible scenario for if especially he wants to keep the sharp game and try to win. Here every move comes really slowly. It's not only probably because of some bug in our live broadcast, but looks like both players are really wishes to surprise each other. So bishop e3 from Ivan, it's either something I completely missed in my knowledge, or it's some special prep for this present game. h6 far from my understanding why really black needs to reply with such a move. And after that, okay, f4 happened. f4, okay, the classical move, and after knight c5, all of a sudden white takes time. So I don't know if it came as a surprise. Not h6. Maybe h6 is a normal move, and knight c5 is a surprising move. Back in my life, let's say, I would say it was vice versa. Knight c5 was a normal move, and h6 was not a normal move. Okay, but times they're changing. Yeah. Okay, here's the quick draw. Here, black is finally succeeding in getting their pieces out and to get queen on b6. Okay, that's maybe not the most dangerous what could happen for black. Some bishop f5, bishop g4 is coming. Black has some easy piece play. Okay, of course, this square on d5 of a huge concern, but the knight on b3 for quite a while will stand without any good prospects, and it takes years to get him to some good squares. Okay, maybe knight d2, bishop somewhere, knight c4, knight d2, knight e4, but okay, that's really a slow story. Short castle b5. Okay, very move by move play from Adin. And okay, if white takes, I guess rook b8, and then maybe black intends to take on b2, and that might be enough to call it more or less equal position. Here, okay, white traded on d6, went some queen e3. I also tried some queen g3 in a similar structures. Okay, just insist on trading queens, and the endgames can be slightly unpleasant for black. Even it should be objectively holdable and equal. Just I think it's easier to play for white, and black under more control and more concern than white. Okay, queen e3. Okay, white was attacking the pawn. Maybe against d4 it was some knight e4 in mind. But okay, just rook b7. Okay, rook can be also. Rook is also covering e7 square from any invasions. And okay, still all the play ahead. Here b3 happened and knight c3 back again, just to keep all the pieces on the board, not to overtrade them. Anyway, of course, that looks a bit slow. This knight d5, knight c3. Black basically did all moves they wished to, and okay, maybe bishop somewhere, maybe something else. Still just a full game ahead. Just a full game ahead. Let's go next. What we have? Next. I can catch. I can catch. Queen e2, knight g6. Rook d1. Queen c7, knight d4, knight d4, and okay, probably white takes. Yeah, these positions, okay, with knight on g6, black obviously has more play than with the knight on f6, because with the knight on 6 it's actually harder to create some counterplay. Here, knight on g6 really stands well in terms for the counterplay. Maybe even rook takes d4 Maxim is considering, because knight d4 also gives some tempest, some bishop d6, it can be there. And okay, I don't know, after bishop d6 white has some tactics, some knight e5, bishop b5, taking on d6, but looks like maybe it will not work. And if white just protects the pawn on h2, then short castle, and black looks having a comfortable version of a typical structure, and that's why it might come taking with the rook, just not to give black too many tempests, but it still looks quite okay for black to play. Here black indeed decided to trade on f3. Queen f3, knight d4, centralization, back, knight e6. I don't know, to me it just looks a bit more pleasant to play it with white, symmetrical structure, but we have two bishops. Bishop e3, queen c7, queen f3, rook f to d8. It would not be my first pick, that's for sure, because the pawn on f7, because it's eyeing by the white's bishop on e2, queen on f3. Also, I'm not sure that black really be able to push d5. It's easier said than done, and also it's opening the position. So I don't know if it would be my plan. Rook a to e1, another bit mysterious move. What Ilya wants. Okay, black played e6. Okay, the e6 is of course a logical move, especially after rook a to e1, because otherwise white could just reply maybe with f5 with the rook standing on e1. But now f5, black can simply take the pawn, and okay, looks like black intends to go b5 and starts a normal counterplay. So that's why I don't know if rook to e1 was of first importance for white. Maybe I would consider some moves here. Here, after f4, this s6 appeared, knight f3, b5. I always thought it's a very tough system for black. At least I never succeeded with the black color to get it into some life. Short castle, knight d7, and f4, c5, it takes, and okay, life goes on. Yeah, even though life goes on quite an active way. Okay, so probably black's supposed to take on d4 now. And after cd, what white wants? Okay, be is dc. We can take on b7. We take on a1. Maybe knight d5 with an idea e6. What knight b? No, knight b4 looks a bit strange. Maybe that's a possible way of playing it. Just I need to be sure that this knight on b4 would not be some missing piece. Okay, maybe it's possible. Yes, take on b5, maybe take bishop b5. It's maybe a possible way of playing, but just a bit unusual. And next we have Sergei Labanov against Petr Karabkov of this. White played the system which is known to be good for black, but with the tempi up. I used to play it in the Monaco tournaments against Van Vele, and maybe even one more time, but I never felt it should be repeated. So knight c6, and white needs to be quick, otherwise it's in that type of structure. Actually, white can suffer in the long term. This pawn on c4 really cuts the space and also makes life easier for black to play against these two pawns. Maybe some b5, b4 in the future. Maybe bringing knight to a4 or something else. And all this well known. So white needs to be either quick or prepared. I was actually trying to have some bishop e2, short castle, knight e5, bishop f3, and some play like this. But I don't know if it's some over the board desire of Petr to play this, or he really likes it and he knows what is he's doing. Here we have already a position where black is lacking a lot of space and lacking basically some clear counterplay. How does it happen? Very strange opening. Okay, just f3, f6, bishop e3, d5, e5, c5. Okay. Better stay silent than to comment this play. Looks so horrible by the first impression. It looks even more horrible by the second impression. Okay, now it's a bit easier. f4, knight d7, knight f3, and it's some French type of play with f5 and g4. Great stuff. Knight h6. It's one of the funniest game here. So I could suspect it's some under 18, under 11, some tournament, but not the top boards of the A section. But okay, sometimes life is full of surprises. Takes, bishop d4, queen e7, knight d2, short castle, knight b3, bishop b7, and after bishop b6, g6. So white has stabilized the center and decided it's time to hit. It's time to hit, and we should not let the black player escape with such a play. Looks like pretty tough for black. And okay, all the best of luck for Vladimir, who is obviously trying to hold it. Alexander Trepishko, who actually didn't lose his fourth round game, he actually won it in a nice fashion, but then he lost to Evgeny Nair, and he's on 3 out of 5. My teammate for 4 normal chess, and here we have this d4 and queen d4. I used to experiment with that variation with white a bit in 2022. It looks like black can either equalize directly or just white is worse. A bit of unpleasant knowledge for the white player, but of course it's completely playable, especially taking into account that I normally prefer to suffer at the opening, but then to show my best. Okay, so bishop f4. Okay, bishop f4 probably exists. Long, short castle, long castle. And knight g4, yes. Lunchtime, time to eat what white is ready to present. Okay, take, and e5. Okay, he is quite tense. Maybe knight e4 is one of the main moves, or the next move for white. Some knight g5, queen g3. Some tactics can be in the air, so black needs to decide if he will reply with some ungreedy d6, or he will try to stick to his extra pawn. But then he has to be careful, because white can suddenly provide lots of different ideas. Here, so far, position is remaining pretty equal. Dmitry Rostovtsev against Lea Garifulina, also in the interesting game. So ready opening from Dmitry. And okay, knight b7, c4, c6, take, probably queen b3. Ah no, knight e5, yes, knight e5 is also quite an important move. Actually, black needs to know how to reply. I think very, maybe exactly this position or very similar position. Once Danny Dubov sent me some message with such a picture of this or very similar position, saying like your move, like how you would play this with black, just to see some human reaction. And after some time, okay, I sent him my first two ideas, and he said, okay, we suspected so, bravo, both moves are bad, and you just proved us that it should be a strong idea. So, okay, nowadays, obviously, such a dinosaurs like me are still present, but of course, all the other normal players, they knew how to reply on every 95. And, okay, knight d2 against knight e4. Even if this was given me as an exercise, I have still zero idea how it should be played by either color. So I'm taking it for granted one more time. f5 g4, knight e5, d takes, take, 6. Take, queen b3, queen b6, queen g3. Okay, now it's hard for black to comfortably finish the development, but Lea is ready to uncomfortably finish it, just making a long castle and enjoys her life. b4, okay, maybe logical to take some squares. Bishop e7, f4, and queen d4. Obviously, Dmitry intends to play actively, maybe with some pawn push against the black's king, but this bishop on f5 stands so well. So, I don't know, this looks playable to my taste, so... Okay, the last game we will check from this middle group is Amin Taba. He's on 2.5 out of 5, but he plays against our another young prodigy who is 12 or 13. So let's see how the game proceeds. Queen b3, queen c8, c4, e6. Okay, takes, c3, c6. So a well-known position, just already, but with already black queen committed to say it. It should be a certain achievement for white. Bishop f4. Okay, logical move. Rook c1 and some knight b5. Knight b to d7. Rook c1. Yes, be cautious. Knight b5 can be there. s6. Okay, s6 is some slow move, and also there are it limits a bit black jumps on the queen side, no any knight b6, so white went h3, bishop b7, e3, short castle, and g4. Bishop e4, bishop e2. Okay, looks like quite a pleasant position for Amin. Okay, he's probably intends to push on the king side, and in the center more the situation is stable, and this queen on c8 is obviously misplaced for any active counter action from black. And yes, and Tamas needs really to think how to play and where he wants to find his play. Otherwise the yellow favorite can be having an easy time. Okay, let's go back to the top boards. Hopefully we catch them. Here already the rook is on s7. Okay, great. So after king h1, b6, knight f to d2, that's where we stopped. So Hans went knight c5. Knight c5, and at this moment, when the knight left the d7 square, white switches to f4 play. Okay, take, bishop to e6, queen f3. Okay, obviously some activation of the queen, f6, queen g3, and rook s7, and a very solid move b3. Just so far looks like Aram really enjoys himself. He's half an hour ahead on clocks, and Hans still needs to decide how he wants to arrange his pieces. Now, taking on c4 looks a bit okay, not like sad, but a bit passive way of playing. And let's say bishop f7, knight e6, this regrouping. I don't know. It's obviously possible, but I don't know if Hans likes it to play like this. At least it comes to my mind to go this way. Maybe next I can hope to jump it on d4 with my knight at one good day, attacking some pawns. White bishop to f7. Okay, just to have a piece closer to my king to avoid maybe some potential play. But it seems that he just went, what, b5 he played? It's time to... the time has come to play the active chess? Really? Really? Or actually he played some other move, I don't know, because it seemed to me that he made some move on the left side of the board. And it's a piece of surprise if he really went b5. Because firstly, of course, we need to see what's happened if white takes. Yes, b5, indeed, he played b5. Really, he decided that enough of this passive play. You should play actively. Okay, if I takes knight f5, what's his idea? Let's see, take, knight f5. What he has, okay, queen 8, or what? Because also knight c6 can be sometimes an unpleasant fork. Because I say c6, but I can even consider taking, rook e1, knight d8, and because this rook on f1 is protected. Okay, let's say queen 8. So I don't know, okay, white can take on c7, it's possible. Or white can go maybe b4. For sure, it's also possible. And really cunning idea from Hans. I don't know if it's good. Let's see if you want b4. What else he wants? 96, I don't believe. Okay, maybe 94. Intending some bishop b4, but white has so many moves here that it's really, really hard for me to believe that he has calculated them all. Or maybe he sees some easy idea how to regain something. But of course, I'm out in understanding this. Very, very surprising choice. And also, I mean, it's surprising that it's done so quickly, so confidently and so quickly. I wonder if some moves like queen d4 here exist. It's completely insane, of course, but just with an idea 96 queen e1, and this looks good for black. And maybe black intends to go on queen c3, attacking all the pawns, especially the pawn on c2, and also sort of trying to trap the knight on e5. Okay, I'm just trying to understand. I mean, I'm not saying that it's best, it's working or something else, but I'm trying to see his point. Let's say bishop e3, then okay, black goes queen c3, and this move, and I don't know, black may get some play. Yeah, we have some hanging knights, we have some hanging rook, so some position looks quite strange. But does it take him so quick to calculate the takes queen d4 is just good for black? I mean, obviously I'm not that quick, and it would take me much more time to go on with all this. Here, after knight g6, knight c4. Knight c4 appeared, despite all my concern that all these knight h4 jumps are extremely unpleasant. Still, Jan decided in the favor of that move. And okay, still g4 was a threat. Okay, f5 is probably white could take sometimes queen b3 and then unpin the knight. Okay, so Evgeny decided this way, g4, knight f3. Bishop g6 is also possible. Or maybe he didn't wish to calculate knight e5. Okay, just took, bishop g6, and b takes e6. It's a question how black wants to take. Okay, the head move is to take by a rook. Activity at any cost. I mean, it should be quite okay for black. I don't see any big troubles here for black. Lots of active pieces. Should be enough compensation for a little material deficit here. Still no any single exchange. h3, s6. Okay, bishop c4. Okay, still it's possible to take on c4 and go d4. But that's probably not in the taste of Ricci. He wants to keep it with some uncertainty. Yeah? Bishop e2, c5, and now knight h4. Okay, some play goes on here. Does he wishes knight g6 and takes the bishop? It's not clear. Maybe just knight f3, queen f5, and knight f5. Maybe some f4, but not that easy to achieve. You always need to reckon with some knight e4, and the knight is hanging with tempi. Anyway, position is full of play with all the pieces present. But we can't say the same about these two guys. Those are playing fast and quite ready to simplify. So bishop s6, rook to h3. And now rook c8 even. Rook c8, nobody's afraid of nobody. I just don't know if rook d3 here exists. Okay, bishop c4, knight c4, and queen somewhere. But if rook takes c4, rook takes d6. It's possible, it looks like. Eh? A bit strange. Okay, they have this discovery check, but maybe not of the big threat. I just go with my king, and okay, black just lost an exchange. Okay, then probably bishop c4, knight c4, and okay, just queen to any safe place. Queen e6 maybe. It looks okay. Actually, queen h2 also possible. Why not? Why I'm only considering some defensive moves. Queen h2 is also possible. The knight is hanging. Some queen h1 is in the air. So with rook d3, white should be also a bit careful not to forget about the counter threats by black. Here so far everything goes with the typical fashion. Okay, white play king h1 rook g1, preparing some king side assaults in a later future. Bishop somewhere, rook g3, rook g1, very easy play, and okay, still black is solid, of course, but lacks some active moves, and okay, maybe it's just pretty pleasant to play from the white side. Here position changed a bit because after queen c2 s6, bishop queen b2, bishop d6. White decided to trade this dark squared bishop by the cost of doubling their own pawns. Okay, the typical structure. Both sides are solid, but it's not that easy to make any significant progress for both of them. Knight e8, knight e5, knight takes e5, and okay, white takes some time. Looks approximately equal. And a bit of question how to take with which pawn. DE is looking safer, if especially knight will later come to d4. Fe5 looks less safer, it gives some play for black. And maybe some f6, so if it's actually possible. Anyway, both captures are possible. I think my hand move would be to take with d pawn, even though it's maybe an Fe5 just controls better the central squares, but just gives some flank play for black in some future. So here after h4, knight g6 happened. Exchange on d6, bishop d3, knight to d7, so both sides are also completing their development. Knight g2 could be my typical blunder because knight e5, yeah? How many games you need to blunder this? Okay, so but Sava is not there, so he goes h5 and knight e7. Now knight g to e2, queen f6, knight f6, queen g3, take, and okay, this position looks probably a bit more pleasant for white because okay, white is in full control, and black still needs to play with this bishop on c8, doesn't matter e6 or d7. In all these squares, this bishop is not really active. And overall, in that type of structure, black does not have so much of an active play. White can go some f3, king f2, and okay, slowly trying to improve the position, maybe even to to play on both sides, maybe with b4 and trying to take some control here and there. Black is very, very solid. They don't have any weaknesses, just their position is more passive and requires some accurate play. Here both sides are making standard moves, completing the development. Okay, b6, bishop b7 played. Okay, black is very, very flexible. But Alexander, he has a special likeness to play this type of the position with both colors. I remember his great win against Gatakamsky in a very, very old Grand Prix. I think with black pieces in a very, very similar structure, but with the reverse colors. So he's obviously a very experienced player. And in such a type of play, experienced values even more than some concrete moves. But objectively, I guess the black player is standing quite well. Okay, minority attack leads to this famous pawn on c6, and even though objectively it's maybe still equal, just okay, it's an endless pleasure being white here, because you can try to torture your opponent for 100 moves, trying to pretend that okay, you have a weakness on c6, I don't have any weaknesses in my pawn structure. If you go one day c5, I will try to win your isolated pawn and tease you 4 against 3 for another 100 moves. G4 happened, and after G4, just bishop e7, G5, knight to D7, king B1, short castle, H4. Okay, this position is obviously a quite improved version of lots of English attacks, because okay, black has already had the knight on b4, already have some open files, and white is just yet to play h4 g5. Normally white is already h5 g6 here. After h5 g6, still black can try to hope that he'll get some counter play if he not gets mated immediately, but his only pawns on h4 and g5. It's such a nice news. Jamsaran decided that it's time to reply in the center with d5 and e takes d5. Now he's taking his time. I don't know if some ideas like knight d5, knight d5, bishop d5, knight d5 is here. No idea if it's here. Actually, and also c4 is possible. If knight d5, bishop d5, to go c4. And then, okay, if bishop takes rook c1, we need to really die calculating this. Can black, self-pin like this, but hoping to get some compensation. If black goes back, then I guess it can be some knight e6, takes queen d7, and okay, black lost the pawn, and not clear if it's a huge compensation or not. So probably that's his concern, because otherwise takes knight f5 is also some idea. But if it's not working, then it's completely not dangerous. Black has different replies. Some bishop c5 can be some reply. To knight f5, I don't see some quick tactic. Maybe queen c3. Maybe actually queen c3 white has, yeah? Queen c3 looks slightly unpleasant. Okay, anyway, he has something to think about. I'm not sure d5 was really called for. Maybe black could play for some knight e5 and all this type of play, but okay, maybe if d5 is working, then it's concrete and good. Knight e4, bishop e4, yes, still sort of my game, rook e1. I think I traded primitively at some point, or maybe I've done it after some asking like bishop e4, okay, rook b8 is played, and as I told you already, my general feeling that this should be acceptable way of playing with black. Okay, we have some pieces, and okay, actually, after this dark squares bishop, I exchanged very, very hard for white to count on some attacks, but I lost the game position. I started to roll my pawns and just eventually lost all of them. So it was not an attack, it was just a positional disaster. Knight on b3 stands firm. Hardly we can expect him to be facing some troubles, but if it will be some main actions taken in the other side of the board, then of course it's a big question. What does this animal is doing here? Okay, white took on f5, went f4, and yeah, position is full of life and full of play. Both sides have some trumps, but really I don't know how to how to evaluate the presence of knight on b3. It's quite untypical situation, and white also replies here in a very typical way, just exchanging f5, goes f4. It cuts some counterplay, and now Denis has to think how to arrange his play. Maybe queen would be ideally on g6, maybe some queen f6, queen g6. Attack the pawn, take some tempis, then maybe knight f6, rook a8. If knight jumps, maybe knight goes back to the 4. I'm just trying to understand what would be my wish. My first wish is to get my queen to g6. It looks like it stands perfectly here, and then maybe bring more pieces into play. But actually he just took on f4. And this move I don't get immediately. White was necessary to go for such an exchange. Because now white has the square d4. If one day the knight stands here, it's kinda unpleasant. Yeah, all these holes on the light squares can be telling. Okay, in this game, knight c5. Ivan replied with bishop c4, e5. Okay, knight d to e2, bishop e6, takes knight e6, f5, c8, short castle, bishop e7. So who outsmarted whom? Hard to say. Visually looks quite pleasant for white. So white is ready to play on every side of the board, maybe knight g3, maybe with f4. So whatever white we wishes they have at their disposal. So, and black did not succeed in making as many useful moves. Also, he's yet need to finish the development. He's still on castle, and white is already ready to go for some active moves. I don't know, knight g3, knight f5 comes to mind. I would just maybe play positionally. White can also try to enjoy some f3 and maybe to play on the white squares. Anyway, it looks pretty pleasant position for white. Some f3 and sometimes knight can come to b6 and the pawn to c4. So lots of ideas. Here's still more or less the same. More or less the same. Here after b5, rook b8, queen f4, take on b2, queen f7. Just white is bravely taking all the pawns. Queen f5, bishop f5, queen to e8, and knight bd2. Actually, a bit of a question: what did black has for the missing pawn? So I thought first, wow, this rook on b2 is so active. but now it's not clear. Yeah? The queen on e8 is passive, white has extra a pawn, and huge question to black. What does he want? Okay. A typical play, a typical structure. To my taste, white is permanently slightly better, and black is on to defensive without so many chances to win. It's up to players' taste to go to defend it or not. I never liked it with black and always enjoyed it with white. Still zero exchange, all the pieces. Okay, bishop h3, boxed white bishop to h1, but still white is in belief that in the long run our bishop on h1 is better than the bishop on h3. Even though it can be some mating nets like queen f5, h5, and then all the pieces are coming. Okay, black played knight d8. Okay, black obviously wants to go c6, and then one of the ideas is to bring the queen to h5. After that, knight e6, knight g5, f5, and all this play is quite standard and looks pretty scary. Looks pretty scary for white. This is a serious box. Quite symmetrical position. Bishop c5 happened, rook d1, short castle, just b3. A little bit mysterious move, king h8. What's Rudik idea? Why he needs this king h8 move? Immediately I'm not getting. It might be useful, but might be not. It's hard to say in which situation this is king on h8 stands so considerably better. And okay, white opted just for some I would say friendly bishop e3 move. It looks really friendly. So here after s6, okay, white opted g4. G4 I would consider on the previous move as a typical way of lifting pawns and trying to extract and to expand. Okay, knight e2, knight h7, and okay, white will probably get some great pieces, but black wants to have some blockade, it seems. And now white has to decide if he wishes to put knight on f5, but lost the f4 square, or maybe queen g3, queen g2, then f4, which looks much more normal, let's say. Which square is better? I don't know. Queen g2 controls d5 square, but allows some bishop g5 maybe. Queen g3 maybe puts more pressure because okay, sometimes h4 can be also added, but queen g3 allows maybe some d5 in some moments, and maybe bishop to d6. And, okay, against there are some pins. It's hard to say really. There are lots of new answers. Okay, in the game Ilya already played queen to g2. And now it's a black choice. It's a black choice. Thus he wants to go some. So how he wants to react? Bishop g5 comes to mind. And still, white probably will try some f4. f4 is kind of unpleasant. Yeah, kind of unpleasant because white activates a lot. Some drastic moves like g5, but lots of doubts. Knight comes to f5 very strongly. Some h4, and these I'm not sure. That's good. Just if bishop g5, white can still continue the plan to go f4. Also h4 exists if bishop takes f4 now. No, if bishop takes f4, I cannot play the rook is hanging. Then h4 is maybe not here, then yeah, let's say bishop g5, then f4. And okay, then black can basically take everything on f4, go d5. that looks absolutely normal. Yes, this bishop on a2 can be actually not such a great piece. Then some knight g5, and okay, black starts to jump. White king is also exposed, so okay, bishop g5 looks pretty normal. Here white just ended up with extra pawn after cd, no any knight d5, just a normal play, knight to e2, takes on d4, and after queen e2, short castle. At least black avoided some catastrophe at the opening, but now white is pawn up, even though black's pieces are very active. So it must be some compensation for black. That's no doubt. And some knight c5, queen b6. There are lots of jumps and lots of play, but Oleg needs to be careful, of course, with his initiative. Otherwise, if white consolidates, the pawn is still a pawn. Here, after knight c6, white went b3. Wow, what a move. b3. Great stuff. Okay, white is obviously with an extra tempo, so in my positions I couldn't play that type of chess. It's really amazing that white can go and to play b3 here, challenging black on the side of the board when normally white is such a weaker side. Okay, cb was not taking, so e5, quite a challenging move. Okay, d takes, bishop takes e3, rook a1. Now I don't know, now it's pretty messy stuff. So the pawn on c4 is also hanging, and Sergei needs to find some very precise move. The bishop on e3 is also pinned for the moment. If he goes with the knight, okay, what does he have? I guess he looks to some maybe knight b4, intending to fork on c2. Okay, rook e3 is too dangerous for white maybe, but if it's just some knight d4, and what goes on, I can't quickly understand it. Can't quickly. cb3, ef6 probably, yeah? And the pawn is not of big danger. Also, there is some c3 move here. I don't know. E takes f6. Let's say c2. What is that? Okay, white can take the pawn on g7, rook g8, and I don't know actually. Very fresh position. Okay, probably black is on time to catch to promote the queen, but white has lots of jumps. Bishop b5 and other jumps. Also, white will have lots of pawns for the meeting exchange, and black will have completely ruined pawn structure. So it's really hard to say what goes on here. Here black is firm. Black is firm, but a little bit without moves. And it's hard to say if it's easy breakable or not, but it's very a miserable content for black, because almost no activity still, and all these pawns are very exposed to any white's attack. Very unpleasant position for black. Alexander, what he did just one move so far played, and black player Maxim Chertkov, he takes lots of time. He already spent almost an hour for the first 10 moves, which is extremely rare case in in a modern chess. And bishop d4, queen g3. Okay, that's a logical reply. And what does he want now? White still is at his typical track with some knight e4, bishop d3. Sometimes maybe later bishop can come to h6 or to g5, depending how black plays. Pretty interesting position. I would say that it feels like white has full compensation for the pawn, and okay, black needs to be careful here. Zhelshlikov Irjan against Mamikon Gariban, more or less a typical structure with hanging pawns versus this. Approximately equal, approximately playable. Dmitry Rostovtsov, he agreed to trade queens with Leia, and looks like more or less playable. I would say endgame maybe. Okay, there are still no queens, no knights. Okay, let's call it endgame. And 6 pawns versus 6 pawns. Okay, white can still try to hope some initiative, but at the end games it can backfire. Black can simply get a strong pawns later. And I mean, Taba is almost frozen, but maybe not him, maybe his opponent. Yeah, because also Dimas is taking his time, so he went f5, and okay, white just replied with calm a3. Sort of a useful move also to cover b4 square, to cover some other squares. White is not in a hurry. Black is still need to decide what to do with the queen on c8 and a possible forthcoming initiative whites on a king side. Okay, back to the top. Where is our top? Where is our top? The top is here. So after b5, this splendid action. White went simple knight e3. No need to get yourself into this concrete stuff. Okay, b takes, queen d7, and even knight went back. So white is still enjoying. King h8 has been played. Okay, probably to defend the f6 pawn, otherwise sometimes some bishop e3 and the pawn is hanging. Now I guess after bishop e3, okay, black needs to unpin the knight, and probably rook has to go, let's say, to a8. A bit shaky, but maybe still possible to play. White can just play calmly and still put some pressure on black. The time is also into the white's favor. They still almost half an hour ahead. And still it's not yet clear for Hans how to find some active play. Okay, this pawn on the4 versus pawn on the5 can be a constant look for both players, but yeah, overall looks more pleasant for white. Here what happened? b6. B6 Evgeny played, so he decided that okay, he has all the time in the world to pick all the white weak pawns. Rook b5. So Jan protects like this the pawn on d3, because bishop d3 is a knight d6 and queen d6 rook d5. And if bishop b5, knight takes b5, so rook s6 and rook d5. So he cleverly activated his rook, defended on d3, and also he's ready to take on d6 and spoil the pawn structure. So takes, queen g2, okay, protecting the queen. And Evgeny went for b5. Still, it looks closer to equal than to white's advantage, but I think a little bit white achieved, maybe a little bit. This rook on d5, a bit annoying for black. It easily can end up with some position where white is pawn up, and black will force some defense. Some h4 actually exists, maybe h4, h5, to use the absence of the two heavy pieces on a8 for queen and s6 for the rook, and maybe also to use that rook can jump from d5 to not only to b5 but to g5, maybe to h5. So h4 would come to my mind at least. f4, I doubt so. And okay, bishop f4, of course, is a lazy option, lazy hand option. Just attack and develop. So Jan is taking his time. He looks slightly better. The position is still full of life, and white needs to be very, very precise if he wishes to fight for some real advantage. Okay, and here, knight h4, nice bishop e6, knight lands on f5, knight e6, zero concern for any landings, knight d5. Okay, knight d5, and Bardia takes his time. Position pretty interesting. Richie is doing his best to get this game into full action. Okay, now it's time for us to make a short break, and we will resume our live broadcast in about 10 minutes. So please don't go too far and stay with us. We will resume shortly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We continue our live broadcast of the sixth round of Aeroflot Open. So let's take a look what happened during our short break. But let's go from board one. The leaders should be checked, of course, here. No, it's not actually the game. The game was here. Take, Queen D7, Knight C4, King H8. That's where we stopped, and there is no any clear tactical way White can play. Okay, Bishop E3 is played. Okay, Queen F2. Asking the knight to decide his fate. Looks like Queen E7 is possible, even though a bit artificial, but it's maybe possible. Maybe wishing to place the knight later on D7. This strange-looking knight E6 is possible, maybe with an idea to jump to B4 and to attack the pawn on C2, but also looks a bit artificial, but maybe it's actually possible. Knight B7 looks a bit weird to my taste, but also possible. Then maybe Knight D6, because Knight E5 is of no threat. Black takes, and after Queen F8 is never there. So almost any move looks possible for Black, and has some merits, let's say, because with Knight E6, Black wants to play more aggressively. Maybe it's more to the Han's taste to go like this. Okay, he needs to reckon with Knight E5, Knight B4, Knight DC4, let's say, and again, okay, Black is temporarily a pawn down, but White has the strange knights. maybe black has just enough compensation. Who knows? Knight b7 is a very cautious move. Let's say planning just to go knight d6, and queen a7 is yeah, also looks possible. A bit strange, but okay. What is time? Hans speeded up, so he's almost on the same time, and Aram is catching him on time. But still has about 15 minutes time advantage. Jan indeed played h4. In this position where we stopped, I also mentioned that h4, it might be a tempting idea to try to play against the black's king, and but Evgeny immediately replied with the most sharp f5, not allowing Jan to settle to any comfort. h5 is played, and here even not any bishop f7. Okay, then white probably takes on f5 and can enjoy himself, but bishop to e8. Okay, now bishop c6 is a huge threat. If white takes on f5, then I guess even massive simplifications may appear. Just take on f5, take on g2, take on f5, take on h5. Just too many pawns are gone, and okay, still white's pawn up, but it will be hard to count on some real success. Do white has any other options? gf, of course, it should be considered. I know that it's is a good bet. Okay, let's say bishop c6, and okay, if rook e7, rook f7, and yeah, it's not clear if it's really enough. And same goes probably for any h6 f6. It's not clear if it's enough or not. Anyway, gf, of course, it's a very principal move. Same goes for h6 right now, and I guess still black can go bishop c6, more or less some transposition. I don't see any additional ideas except from taking on f5 with the pawn. So rook f5, g5. What else we have? Not much, I guess, yeah, because bishop c6 is just too huge. Just too huge to meet, and bishop on c1 is not having any tempis. It's okay, probably Jan will focus on making some magic with g5. If it doesn't work, he can settle for rook f5, which is obviously looks pretty safe for white, but not clear does it how many real chances white will have in the resulting endgame. Here, after knight d5, it was a moment where Ricci finally forced black to take some decision in that game. Black needs to take probably something. It's no longer possible to just to jump around. Okay, bishop takes f5. Very tough choice for the Iranian player. It's not really clear which piece should be taken in which order. Okay, take. Visually, this looks pleasant for white, without any deep investigation. Just it looks really nice to play. Queen b3. This is 7, bishop b3. So obviously, Ricci is not in a hurry. He simply improves, protecting, and queen c6. Most likely, white will avoid, of course, the queen trade. This pawn on f5 plus 2 bishops, some queen g3. Okay, queen g3, knight h5 probably. But then I can go queen g4, and if knight f6, queen b4 maybe even. Maybe a little bit of greediness also there. So seize the pawn, grab the pawn, why not? So looks really promising for white here. Here it actually happened rook d3 indeed. This moment, so white was not afraid of rook c4, rook d6, and surprisingly there are not any dangerous discovered check. So bishop c4, knight c4. Okay, Alexander wisely decided not to dive in with any queen h2. Enough excitement, so solid queen e6, knight to d6, rook to d8, knight to f5, and just knight c6. Looks a bit scary with this knight on f5, but black just finished the development and has lots of counter threats. One of them being queen c4, pinning the rook, also the pawn on e4 hanging, and not at all simple for white to continue. If rook c1, let's say some lazy move, stopping queen c4 and wishing rook c6, it's a question what would happen after queen e4. What would happen after queen e4? This might be with some rook c6, if rook d3, knight e7, and try to go deeper in all these complications. But yeah, after rook c6, even queen e5 is a possible move. I don't see how immediately use a weakness on the bank rank. Okay. Here, obviously, Alexei wishes to use these white squares to make some attack. If black is on time to kick the queen and slightly push the pawns, then I think he's actually quite okay. Of course, knight h4, I guess, should not be allowed. Otherwise, knight h4, bishop f4, and it can be curtains. Either tactical or positional curtains. So I'm even in a situation to count g5 for black here. Despite any ugly appearance, it can be some move actually to get some space, maybe to connect the pieces. And if black is able to stop all this knight h4, bishop f4, then actually he can count later to some decent game. Dmitry Bocharov and Daniil Lubov agreed the draw. Actually, white has taken on e5 with the pawn f. So no any other thoughts, just take with the f pawn, g6, knight e2, f5, knight f4, take on c2, and the players agreed to draw. Okay, I don't know, maybe Dmitry was not in a position to try to win it by any cost, but it looks like black is solid. Anyway, knight from g7 will come to f5, stands quite well, or maybe just on g7 is even better. He's flexibly placed, because maybe to avoid some changes, maybe black can later lift a bit position and push. Okay, so players decided that, okay, solid enough, let's not exhaust ourselves in empty tryings. Tomorrow there are still two more rounds in one day. So, okay, nice and practical decision. Sava was having a better position and pressing a bit against Vladislav Artemiev. G5 happened. That's an interesting choice, and White decided not to react, saying, "Okay, you do what you want, I do what I want." So b4, bishop s6, f3, knight to d7, king to d2, f5, b5, king f7, rook b1, c5. Okay, now of course it's a big question who will profit from this pawn on h5. In some endgames it can be an important pawn for white if we will be able either to attack the h6 pawn or maybe to trying to cage the black king and to bring more pieces there. But in the other type of the endgame, it can be simply a weakness, especially if one of the black knights stands on f6, then it's a constant light headache for white, how to protect such a pawn. So it's lots of things would be depend on that factor. Yeah, most likely white would trade on d5, on c5. Okay, knight dc. I don't know what black wants. Does he want to take on c5 or maybe some rook c8? So maybe it's also possible to consider take on c5 with the rook. Okay, knight c5 is just an easier move. Also, not to spend too much time checking white's different options. Yeah, dc, knight c5. And the question, okay, probably one of the knights should land on d4 for white. Which one is supposed to land there? It's hard to say. Okay, maybe knight g to e2. It's a bit safer to put the knight on d4 and try to play this. Also, it's a question: does white needs to take care about the bishop? Maybe not to allow the trade. But it's not that easy to estimate. Overall, yeah, overall quite playable. But black looks that with this pawn h6 g5, but it has no any real play on the king side. It should be quite defendable overall. Alexander Grishuk is having very complicated position. What goes on? So after these moves, black decided to punish white for early h4 and also to punish for the absence of the short castle, to go with the g5, and white picked up the challenge. Take bc, dc, bishop d4, cd4, queen g5, knight to g6, knight to b5, 6, knight a3, bishop f8. Really not easy to understand. Okay, white is pawn up, but black is having lots of nice squares. Okay, b5. Still black wishes to make this knight on a3 out of play. Knight c2, bishop e7, queen d2, bishop takes c5. Potentially, white king is actually in a certain danger. Black's bishops are quite active. They have already two open lines, but also the problem where black wants to put their king. Since on e7 it's not entirely safe, plus all this queen g5 checks. On f8 or g7 he'll be closing his own lines, and on a long side white is also ready some quick f4, and it will be no any calm life there. So white went f4 and black immediately pushed f5. Very tense situation. I have no idea who is better. What goes on with clocks? This situation is kind of tough for Alexander with clocks, because he has 7 minutes against almost 57. So 7 against 57. 50 minutes of handy. Plus after 5, white needs to check queen h7 on every possible move. This queen h7 looks so annoying. Then queen h2, coming some jumps, f takes, d3, knight h4, f4, knight e5, so many jumps. Even though I'm far from thinking that it's a bad position for white, but just lots of actual stuff to take care about. Even e takes e5, queen h7, it's still a move, and white probably would need to play some f3. Regardless how passive it looks, but maybe no any other defense, otherwise it should be mate. So the time is really can be the factor in that game, because okay, Alexander is a great player with short time left, but anyway, position is pretty sharp. It's not something clear. Okay, you're playing sharp position with such a huge time handy. To my taste, it's very, very risky affair. Nikita Afanasyev decided not to play 3 against 3, wise decision, so the safe and solid draw against Vahidov Shamsiddin. Both players are on +1, so all life, or no, maybe not on +1, maybe on +2, so all life ahead. Maxim Matlakov against Jean Saran, d5, that's where we left. E takes d5. Okay, knight d5, yeah, it was probably involving some problems. So black took with the bishop, also bringing more pieces against white's king. Knight f5 indeed happened. Just bishop c5. Nobody is scared. What with knight to g7 here? Then maybe some rook f2 d8. I might consider this. Or there is maybe some tactics. Okay, knight g7 is up as an option. Because this is a very tasteful pawn. So I have no idea what would happen there. Maybe really some rook f2 d8, queen e3, knight c2, or sort of fate. It's the possible line of play. Okay, instead a safe choice, queen d4, forcing the trade, and white took on b4. Okay, the bishop is under attack. Okay, knight d5 still. Okay, take, rook c8, rook d1. And okay, it looks white is in control. White is in control. Okay, position a bit simplified. Potentially, endgames are clearly more pleasant for white. They have 2 against 1. Also, they have a pass pawn. But at the same time, black has a queen, 2 rooks, and a knight, and the still position is not yet completely simplified. So it's far from any depressive thoughts. And if black can get some stability, some rook b8, rook c8, still it will be some pressure. Now just the typical idea is to take on c5 and go rook d8. So let's say black goes g6, just to show you this idea that white is threatening this typical combination and rook d8, and black loses either queen for the bishop and rooks, and it's obviously dead off after queen g7. White simply takes and takes the rook on a8. So obviously it's not going to happen, and okay, maybe some knight e6, just to put the knight on some position, attack the pawn. Maybe g6 will come later. Rook b8 is still rook c5. The tactic works one more time. Rook b4, rook c7, the bank rank. The bank rank stuff. f5 maybe exists. Rook c5, ab, queen c5, queen c5. No any bank rank. I'm just not sure that f5 black really wishes so. White may go to c file, and if white trades queens, I think it will be absolutely profitable for white. So black, I presume, needs to keep the queens on board and just try to play against either white king, or maybe even sometimes to dive in with some queen h2 and try to attack these pawns and eventually to eat them. Here position is a bit simplified. Rook b8, and even black wanted to trade queens, but white decided not to do so. Short castle, rook to d1, bishop to b5, b3, knight c3, rook a1, queen d4, d5. Okay, looks like black is doing quite fine. White is not get any activity, any action, and black basically solved even the structural problems. Rook b5. Okay. Queen g4. Queen g4. Okay. B takes c4 was possible or not? It's like possible. Knight e2. We have queen e2. Okay, then maybe just rook goes somewhere. Okay, queen g4 was played. And okay, exchanged. Rook c8. Knight e3, cb3, ab3. f5. And knight to c4. This knight on c3 now a bit of no use for black. Okay, but while still missing some luft for the king, and the pawn on f5 is now under some pressure. Some pressure, but overall not so many things going on. Black should be able, I guess, to hold it. But Arseny needs to be slightly careful not to blunder any jumps or pawns. Here, okay, happened this exchange on f4. I was not sure does it really necessary for black. Okay, queen d3. Okay, knight f6, knight goes to b5 from the active side. Bishop takes, c takes, h5, take, d4, take, king g8, b to e1. The white's bishop is not too active for the moment, but white probably intends to place rook on e6, asks black to remove the knight to g7, at the same time asking white rook to go to some better place. Okay, maybe I don't know how to estimate this a bit strange position. For the moment, knight is obviously, queen and knight of black is obviously more active than white's queen and white's bishop, but potentially black king is also exposed, and with rook e6 I can maybe put some control over that. Try to play it like this. No idea if black can go rook e8, rook e6 and take on e6. Looks pretty scary. Take takes, rook e8. Okay, we have no threats, nothing. But it's also not that easy to find some moves for white. Okay. Okay. Here, oh, of course, the pawn is already on h3, of course. Here what happened after bishop e7, happened knight g3, okay, the logical move, knight comes to f5 if he is allowed so, g6 not yet, knight f4, okay, from the other side, h5, knight b6, rook c6, f3, castle short, knight e2, knight d7, knight d5. Of course, white does not want to trade so quickly. Bishop g5, bishop f2, rook to c8, rook to f4. Okay. King h7, a bit mysterious, but okay. h4 now, rook to b4, knight to c5, knight to b6. White has a huge pressure. White is pressing and pressing. Knight c4, trying to attack all black pawns which are possible. h3. And the question for white, how does they react? White reacted g3 just to keep it calm, and b5. Wow, what a play! What a play! And Okay, my wish is to take en passant. It takes b6. Knight d6. I mean, to go into this, I would not probably calculate that. It's just not on my not in my taste. And okay, queen d5, but all of it, I guess, it can be only profitable for black. I'm not sure that white really needs it. The pawn on f7 is covered. And after a takes b6, what's the problem? Probably knight takes b6. Okay, here white has plenty of options how to play. Knight e5, maybe exchange on b6, maybe some, I don't know if some combinations are there. Some moves like, I don't know, to distract the bishop, maybe some f4 and some other. I mean, I don't know, this should be checked, of course. That should be checked. Yes, a takes b6 happened, and knight takes b6. This pawn on h3, yes, it's quite a spicy one. Potentially white king can be under different mating threats, so white has really to take care about that pawn. That's why it's a question, should white play g3 really, or maybe white could have tried to eat some pawns, but this you never know. Sometimes you're playing unsafe and you're losing, sometimes you're playing seemingly safe and you're still losing. You just never know. Both players are having approximately the same amount of time coming to the rapid chess. Here the game goes in a quiet fashion. Okay, white still enjoys, to my understanding, because anyways this pawn on f5 is rather weakness and some strengths. Black does not have any central squares, and white's pieces simply placed better than the black. Still sort of unpleasant position to play for black. Here something went wrong for black, even though I was excited about their play. c5, b5, very nice looking way, but now looks quite dangerous. And okay, even black, if black even just defends, okay, but where does your pawn gone? Just okay, white has just a simply extra pawn with all chances to win the game. Here nothing really so much happened. Okay, the players exchanged one pair of rooks, and still white enjoys the constant plus, and black is in a constant defense till the very end of this game. Here lots of stuff happened. So knight d8, that's where we left. Bishop g2 back. So box was recognized as a box. Okay, c6, knight c3, f5. Black is enjoying a great Sicilian, just really great, with all pieces already standing on the nice places, and black is already to push, and white was just jumping knight d5, knight c3, knight d5, knight c3, without any big success. e4, oof, e4. Wow. And then okay, then this knight, this bishop on e7 saying thank you very much. e4. What a move. Quite clearly Sergei started to look how to finish the game, because if he does any move he's still considerably better, but the way he plays probably he wants to finish white. Take, queen h3. Rook went to g1. Okay, probably white defense. Okay, knight joins. That's an important stuff. King e1, knight g4, and just rook c1. It's not easy for white to make any moves, but position looks really dangerous. And some knight h2, some knight d4. So many options for black, just to calculate precisely and not to spoil the moment. Not to spoil the moment. I don't want to spoil the party, so I go. Just knight h2. I'm trying to understand what's white idea. If take king knight e2, rook f2. It's not a resonation. It's some king d2. Still some moves. It's utterly horrible. Yeah, knight c5. Maybe if white can defend there, then I'll be really much surprised. Actually, I think knight h2 happened. Looks totally hopeless. Okay, here it's game within probably some equality. I don't know who will try to play for what. Rudik is a player which we already seen. He will squeeze the water out of stone, as we're saying, but not clear if it's a profitable strategy in such a tournament. Maybe agree the draw and try to kill in both tomorrow's games, using your energy, your youth, and your willingness to do so. Queen g2. Actually, black smarted a bit and went bishop h4. We're asking white to put the rook on a less active position. Actually, it makes sense. It gives some d4 move for white, but of a dubious quality. It's not clear if it brings a lot for white or not. Okay, rook d1. Ilya insists. Bishop g5. King h1. d5. E takes. C takes. Okay, the pawn on c2 is probably hanging. Bishop d5 is a principal move. Okay, you need to get your pieces to the active job. Instead, c3 happened. Knight f6, d4. And position remains full of life. Black basically consolidates and having more or less a reasonable play, I would say. e4 maybe now. Why not? Why not e4? It's a possible move. Trade is also possible, just I don't like to open this F file so quickly. There can be some sacrifices. Knight is coming, bishop is coming. So these two players agreed to draw. Okay, I think black is not at any danger at all. Here basically this game went as we thought. The c3 takes c2. White's took on g7. Okay, not bishop b5, but just bishop d3. Queen, take, bishop h6. White really hopes to get some queen bishop h7. f5. Short castle, bishop to b2. Knight h4, knight e7. g5, rook g7, bishop e7. Hard to say what goes on. White will probably take a pawn on f5 and has two pawns and a knight for the exchange. So I don't know, maybe it's closer to equal, maybe black is slightly better, hard to say. Okay, but the better player wins. Yeah? The position is of course playable. This looks horrible, but does white wins or not? Should be winning somehow. That definitely should be winning. Alexander, what is our Alexander doing? Again, not so many moves. Actually, moves happened. Okay, d6. Black decided to play in the center. Take. Bishop d6. Okay, why not? The pawn with the tempi, and knight b5. Something a bit crazy goes here. On bishop e3 there is some move. Maybe then some bishop e5 and try to play with some counter threats. White can go bishop c4 and also trying to also play with counter threats. Sometimes the pawn on f7 is hanging. And okay, very move by move position, and with time both players has less than 20 minutes. Both of them are actually playing with big concentration and not so much concern for the time. So some queen f6 is also a possible move, maybe to, if I take with the knight d4, and okay, there are some also some forks around different places. Here black has a pass pawn on p3, white has some active pieces. And not that easy to understand what goes on from the first side. And, okay, bishop d6 is not a threat probably. Maybe at least because queen g4 coming. And okay, quite an intense position here. Dmitry Rostovtsov with Leia. White's sort of trying to make some play against the black's king. Also, position has changed here. Absolutely, I'm lost without understanding what's profitable for whom. If it's good for white or for black. Dmitry is really focused, and Leia is all as usual. She's quite relaxed. She's sitting, and this. The time she has all her time on her clocks, and Dmitry is having about 12 minutes left. Position is hard for me to estimate. Here looks like a game over. Yeah? Just a game over for black. Okay, knight g6 is no defense. White simply wins. So how does it happen? We left around this at 3. Rook 8, g5. I mean, it's very constant with his play. Why black decided to take? Why he decided to take? What's the problem with knight h5? Because knight h5, knight e4, knight f4. And why that's bad? Don't see right now. It's knight h5, knight f4. Yes, knight f4. Because E takes, D takes, and what? Some knight e5. And this will be bad for black. Might be, but you take on e5, some queen e5. I'm not sure. Okay, maybe that's bad. Because queen e5 just protects on f4, and bishop g4 is huge. It's a huge unpleasant threat. Okay, he took here, but that looks a bit sad. To take like this, because now white, oh, he even took here. Bishop g5, take. Yes, but this is just a pawn down, and also no any real compensation, and white's attack is still there. Queen c5, queen d7, queen g5, c5. Now white wants to make this mate queen h4, knight h7, queen h7. So black defended. Queen g6. Wow. That's the move which we were waiting for. Still queen g6 is a threat, and queen h3. Quite a funny way of placing both queens under a knight fork. Okay, so white take, and fine. Okay, black can resign. Quite an easy win for the Elo favorite in that game. Okay, let's go back to to the top boards. Lots of things happen in the Hans game. So what he did after queen f2, knight to b7. Knight to b7 and e5. Quite a responsible move. Pawns are not moving back and black gets some nice center squares. Of course f5. Knight went to f3. It looks like white wants really to punish black, but Hans is keeping his cool. g6, okay, protecting the pawn. Bishop d4, king g8. Because when all these jumps will end, I mean, I don't know how much strategical profit white would have, or maybe even not a profit. It's a possible play, but I don't see what white really wants. And knight will end up in some nice position, probably on e6 later. And, okay, I can't say the worst is over for Hans, but I think that if someone improved it, it's for surely black. It's for surely black, and I think position now is absolutely playable and sort of unclear. Still the 15 minutes time difference, but it's just probably the easier side goes to black. I mean, so it's probably easier to come with the moves. Yes, here the endgame appeared as we thought. So after h5, Jan settled for rook f5, and huge trade came. Rook e7, king f8, rook to b7, bishop to e2, d4, bishop to d3. Okay, both sides activated the pieces. Now white is fully activated. Rook s6, king g4, bishop e2, f3. And it's still time for Evgeny to think. It looks holdable, but white is of course pressing, yeah. White has the active rook, the active bishop, and the active king. Black is still needs to be careful. Sometimes f6 can be some ideas, and then some king f5, and trying to make some sort of net. Okay, probably it's not yet a threat. So let's have f6, g takes, king f5. Can even go d5. I don't see some big follow-up for white. The king will not be entering the black zone. But overall, with rook on b7, yes, and the active pieces, black needs to be careful. And the time is also on the Jan's favor, 32 against 17. Here, what does happen here? Okay, queen c6, yes, queen g3. g3, king to h8. Now what? Now went f5. So probably he wants to separate the pawn on b4. b6, queen to h4, sort of double attack. Ignored. Okay, whom you are trying to scare. Wait, what will be if I take on h6? Okay, black has to take, I take, probably knight h7. And I'm not getting the f6, just bishop f6. Otherwise, this might be not easy. Rook f5, queen b6. Wow, and again, I'm not reaching nothing. Okay, here if I take, it's a bit dubious. Yeah? I can even take the rook. But even if I take on h6, queen h6, knight h7, okay, I have some rook takes f5 at my disposal, but then bishop g5 at least. It's maybe still not there. It's a bit, okay, so he went rook e4, okay, what does he want? Black went f5, because now this rook on e4 looks very strange to me. He wants to play against the f5 pawn. Okay, bishop e3. Maybe actually Richie wants to switch to the queen side, maybe to go rook f2, rook e to f1, and start the action there. Try to use f5 pawn as a target. It's hard to say really. Queen c7, because then otherwise it's pretty strange, because black just protected all the pawns, improved the pawn structure, and white just has this absent rook on f4. Such absent rooks were completely normal in my games. It was my habit to place my rooks on a2, on a7, on h7, on some the weirdest possible places, and no wonder I was normally losing them, blundering them, or whatsoever. But here's this rook on f4. A bit looks strange. Maybe he wants some c3 later to release the rook and bring it to play, but position simplifies. Black also has some d5 at some moment. Hard to say. Here white keep on attacking, keep on pressing and impressing. So knight d6 happened, rook d8, knight f5, knight c6. Indeed, rook c1, but no any queen e4 business. Okay, queen e4, maybe just knight e7. I understood now. And queen e7, rook c6, probably simple chess. So bishop c5, queen g4, g6, rook to f3. So white somehow were able to keep the pieces and still can continue creating the threads. Bishop f8, queen to g5, rook to d7. Still pretty shaky position for black. No any direct threats, but it can be bishop f6. What's the purpose of that move? Bishop f6. Why white wants to have this bishop on f6? Okay, he does wants to go knight h6. Okay, that's obvious. But apart from that, if he goes immediately knight h6, takes knight e5 probably. And strangely enough, black is maybe doing relatively okay. Okay, so the direct idea is to go knight h6. Okay, black pushed h5, and white went rook f to c3. Both players are already not so much on the clocks, especially Andrei. He's 13 minutes left, and even fast playing Shima already also feeling the breath of the time travel. Queen e4 is here or not? Can we take this pawn? Can we take or we cannot? Rook c6, queen, let's say queen f5. Okay, take, rook c8. I don't know if it's dangerous or not, but black will face this unpleasant pin, and it will be not easy to unpin maybe. And also, okay, that's maybe not pleasant. Yeah? Okay, let's move next. Okay. Black succeeded in not receiving a mate on the light squares. That's truly nice. This knight on f3 is slightly out of play. And if black stabilized, then actually he can even hope for something more, but h4, yes, but h4, g4, and some knight e5, I believe it should be overplay. Then of course I don't need h4 if I want to jump. It's better to keep this pawn as a target. Knight e5 comes to mind. This takes. It's with some plays, some rook d1, maybe f6 and all that. And for that reason, of course, h4 we don't need, because we need the pawns to attack them with some tempis. Rook g3 with rook h3 idea, I'm not sure. Okay, that's also possible. Or maybe rook g3, rook g1 idea, maybe to double first. Because any g4, then knight h4, knight g6, I guess it's bad for black. But with the rook like this, then it can be some rook h3 and some threats. Okay, knight e5 is sparkling, maybe rook g3 more practical to go. Daniil made a draw. Sava with Vladislav, they're moving around. Okay, so knight on d6, I guess, occupies a good square, both protecting and taking some eye on a white pawn. And position is probably still approximately equal. Alexander Grishuk in the endless time trouble, but what is here? What is he? So he plays on his last minute probably, but it looks like the black's attack is over. And so what happened after f5? He went rook to f to d1, rook to d8. He took on b5, knight f4, knight e5, no any easy life. Queen e2, f takes, bishop takes, king e7, king g2, king g6. That's a funny way of playing. Okay, but obviously white improved really a lot. And okay, white exchange one pair of rooks. Now this should be clearly better for white. Okay, in the endgames, this b pawn plus this bishop on c5 may produce some problems, but overall looks quite nice for white. Okay, one, and I guess black needs to trade queens. I don't know, maybe bishop before queen f4, queen c6, if it's possible. Okay, but then take on c6, knight c6, rook e6. Even though if it's possible, I would try to play like this, because this b pawn is very annoying in the endgames. And with the queens on board, I believe it's very dangerous to play for black, because white king is obviously safer. And basically it's hard to imagine. Okay, queen h7. What about this move? Does it exist here? Queen h7. I don't see big threat. It's kind of just a possible move. And if bishop b7, queen b7, okay, that's a better version of the endgame, but still white can go queen e4. And also apart from e4, there is also f3 move. Or f3, queen f3 maybe. Queen f3, take rook h2. Ah, no, but the rook is protected, no. Yes, and maybe I can go just f3, and how black wants to defend the knight on h5, probably it's just bad. Yeah, so tough situation. Mikhail is playing extremely fast, but this current situation, I believe, clearly into the white's favor. He needs to find the best moves. Really? No, but that's not possible. Really. So Shamsaran really played rook a to b8, which I just said is a blunder of the piece. Really? Wow. Okay. A pity, and I mean pity not in the sense that I'm choosing one side against the other side. I'm just choosing chess as a side, and of course I'm wishing both players to play and to fight. And this is just a one move blunder, and black is immediately finished. Here the players agreed to draw. Okay, white was playing safely, and both players probably sort of happy that draw is there. Rook b to e1, rook b to 8, rook e3, not rook e6, rook e3. Take, rook f7, rook f3, knight, rook e7. Okay, rook e3, take. So Denis probably he wants to keep queens and to try to play. And white is just standing basically. Queen f2. But that looks horrible for white. I don't believe white can play so passively. Okay, without queens maybe, but with queens on board. Okay, this pawn just gone at any moment after queen h6 with black wishes, so okay, queen h6 a bit decentralizing my queen. I don't know, queen c3 is also a move. Just to get my queen to the dominant position, I want maybe queen c1 and then to grab the pawn. Oh, this looks horrible for white. He might defend, but the knight is obviously with the queen stronger. Here there is a huge battle. We left in a moment when white took on passant, knight b6. And what happened? Just knight e3. Okay, makes sense. This knight on b6 is not of a great business. f5, rook b5. Okay, back to the bottom, knight c8, f4. Time to strike there. Bishop takes, queen f3, check, king h1, check to h1. Okay. Okay, we can take it on e3, probably also I can exchange queens or whatsoever. Anyway, the endgame is quite pleasant for white. Artyom has to defend it. Has to defend it. Queen h3. Okay, but black, I think black needs to trade these queens off. So queen h3, queen h8, queen h6, most probably gonna be the same. Queen takes e3, and again some exchanges. And if bishop e3 on the black turn, I would go just bishop queen g2, and trying to escape to some worse endgame and try to hold it. Anyway, not so many material left, and maybe black has some chances, especially knights are jumping. This pawn on e4 can also provide some counterplay. Vadim Zyagintsov, okay, long time draw here. Here actually black is improved for quite a lot. If he will not receive some mate like queen h6, then he's gonna be happy. So let's say some rook d1, queen d1, king h2. Okay, let's just show how it's possible to get the mate here. Okay, let's say some pass. Okay, let's some imaginary line. Yeah, take. Just to show some beauty of chess. Okay, let's say we eat the pawn, and boom. I think that's the only boom black should be aware of. Okay, and that's how the game can end. This and checkmate. Yeah? King h5 and just checkmate g4. Okay, of course it's a little bit imaginary line, but that's the only way I see white can succeed with some attack. Otherwise, black is just doing fine. So something really went wrong with the Armenian grandmaster, because this position looks just very, very nice for black. Okay, now queen h6 takes bishop f8, queen g7. It's not working with the queen covering the 7th rank. Here, okay, no any attacks. Black a bit stabilized, but still position remains really much unpleasant. Bishop goes to S6. Why not? Also possible. Well, Lev decided to defend quite a one-sided endgame. Okay, he knows better why, but obviously it's not really easy and far from being pleasant. White is still somehow plays this. Yes, actually I suggested this position. Knight e2, but instead of rook f2, okay, immediately knight c5, still king d2, knight x4, king c2, rook f2, knight g3. So white escaped but lost all the pawns, just with no exception, and just position with lots of extra pawns for black. 3 extra pawns. Okay, they should be dead lost, and no any real attack. Here again, we'll see the long journey from black, I guess. Here, position changed quite a lot. D4, E4, F4, take, rook takes, rook to E8, bishop to G1, okay, to preserve my bishop. Knight f8. Okay, knight g6 maybe stands better than on e6. It makes sense. Queen d7, d5, knight g6, c4, dc. Wow, even d takes c4. The queen e4, of course, one of the first moves which comes to mind. Okay, bishop b3, queen somewhere, and cd5. It's black decided that it's dangerous. Yeah. Okay. So d takes c4, bishop takes c4. So what goes on here? Hard to say. Rook a to c8. White has pretty active pieces, but black is quite solid. It's knight f6, knight g6, bishop g5. It's not that easy to get through all these pieces. They're actually standing quite well. Yes, rook c8, bishop b3. Okay, quite a tense position with time advantage on the black's clock. So okay, everything can happen here. I even don't know which side is easier to play. White has certain trumps, but black is also quite a lot of counter trumps, let's say. This was a draw. Here, e4 is played. And what white is thinking? The hand move is to take, but maybe there is something better. Here it seems that the torture is about to end. There is the h5 checkmate threat, and enough is enough. Yeah, enough is enough. It's probably lost for black, even though of course black can try to come up with some resources, but looks very bad. Wow, here just game ended in a draw. We thought it's gonna be a bloody, lots of fight. Okay, queen b6, it was a choice of Maxim. Bishop c7, queen c5, and okay. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Here, not so much moves happen, but position remains very complicated. This b3 pawn is very annoying, but white has a better placement of the rest of the pieces. And yeah, it also shows no time. Hard to say what goes on. Leia Garifulina. So Leia Garifulina is doing quite well. It's doing really well. I don't know if rook g2 is here. Maybe rook g2. Why not? Rook g2, bishop h3. d2, b takes. And just game over. No? Or I'm not seeing. Or I'm blundering something. It looks so easy. It looks so easy that it looks too easy. Because his last move was rook c to d1 in this position, really. So with rook g2 is in the air, he just went rook c to d1. Because bishop d3 was a threat, maybe, yeah, and some bishop e4 later. Rook c to d1. Okay, I just cannot understand what's happened after that. Really. Okay, you can take on c6, no problem. Most likely, okay, white takes, bishop h3. Okay, my idea is this. Okay, I just take. And okay, these two pawns are not promoting, and I will just promote my pawn. Okay. King g1, okay, grab everything, f4, and no idea. But in the game, she simply took b takes e5. And just a simple chess. Maybe she thinks that white is paralyzed and she is not in a hurry for some actions. Anyway, this looks also dead lost for white. Yes, I mean won his game. Okay, let's go back to the top boards. So the leaders sort of agreed the draw, at least it says so. Here we left it here. Yeah, so they agreed the draw. So white took on s6, knight e6, bishop e3, queen d5, bishop d2, bishop b4. Yeah, here black I think stands quite okay. This knight on e6 is a monster, and the king is relatively safe. So rook b8, bishop h6, bishop c3, bishop d2, bishop b4, and all of a sudden the draw offer came, and the game finished in a draw. It means that both players will remain on the lead after that round. Jan is doing his best to win. He's actually done a certain progress. This is not easy to how that happened. 5 happened. King g5, bishop f3, rook to d7, rook here, king g6. So he actually, I think Evgeny just blundered some mating nets here. Here, bishop g5, h4, rook g7, h3, rook e7, king f8, rook h7. Incredible job. The meaning of the active king at its best. King g8, and simply took the pawn, but this should be winning for white. White has an extra pawn and black is totally boxed. Bishop e4, bishop f4, h4, rook f3, king f6. That looks really bad. Rook takes c3, bishop takes d6. No, this looks like a game over, yeah, because anyway, you cannot defend it. You cannot defend with such a king. So Yang for sure gonna win that one. Here we have what's time? So Bardier is short of time, really has 3 minutes left. Position looks, I don't know, closer to equal. 4, yes, he wants to take on b2 maybe. Get some pass pawn. So can be slightly annoying for white. Okay, here Shima is surviving or dying? Who is doing what? Looks like he is dying. He's dying, so after rook f2 c3, he went queen e4. But instead of rook c6, okay, he just played knight g3, queen e4, king g1, wisely avoiding all these cheapers on the first rank, bishop e5, rook d1, king h2, rook d5, knight takes h5, rook takes c5. So what's now? Maybe knight f6 and take on e5. Maybe that's enough. Because if knight f6, king g7, queen e5, queen h4, rook h3, queen f6, rook h7. Looks like a line. Then, okay, if it's true, then white simply wins. Here, what does we got? Queen d4, h5. No, just rook e1, rook g7, knight h4. Bravo. This is how it should be played. Bishop d6, knight came to g6. Extremely unpleasant for black. Black is almost dying here. Queen f3, queen d7, knight e4, knight d5. A really bad situation for Ronak. And okay, queen h5 is rook h7. Black holds somehow. It is possible to take on g6, rook e6 maybe, then just to double, rook e6, rook e1. Black is almost stalemated. And then just to pick up some pawns. And looks really horrible for black. And okay, what do we have? Sava Vitohin agreed a draw against Vladislav Artemiev. They decided not to play a long game, so a draw is also fine. Let's take a look to Alexander Grishuk. Black is actually trying to avoid a queen trade, much to my surprise. I thought that white is actually attacking, but Mikhail thinks absolutely different, so he went rook h6, king g1, probably avoiding some checks, and bishop b7 out the threat, take, knight c6, rook to b1, queen to b7. White as black needs this move. Okay, just a little bit of decentralizing your queen. Knight e1, b4, knight f3. Finally, white is absolutely safe with knight on f3. It's not any way how white can blunder. And the big question what black does wants, queen e7, rook c1. No, but this looks just a dead loss for black. White has crucial attack, and it's a game over, even with a short time, but just nothing white can blunder, and nothing black can do, it seems so. And, okay, queen h7 exists or not? Oh, it's not here. But here even white can take a knight g5, and then knight e4, and bishop hangs on c5. Yeah, it was the only chance actually for black with the king on d6. I thought was just to find how to trade the queens, not to keep the queens. Okay, these all games we've seen. Let's take a look at Denis. We stopped after queen f2, so check happened. King h2. Okay, grab it if you can. Why so? Why not queen h4? What was planned after queen h4? Maybe queen g3. And after queen g3 takes king g3, a3, and pawn promotes. So queen c2, queen g3, king to e1, h1, take knight f4, queen f5, king g7, king d7, king h6, bishop f1. Okay, but that's a dead lost position. And it looks like, yeah, white just resigned after queen f2. There are no checks, nothing. So another very nice and strategical game by Denis. Here white enjoys an extra pawn and black enjoys all the chances to hold. So how does it all happen? White went actually rook g1, trying to keep the queens, queen h3, king h6. Okay, nobody was able to succeed. I don't know why does white needed to have rook on g1 instead of rook on f1. My desire would probably have my rook on f1 rather than rook on g1. Okay, it's hard to say. Rook b6, rook c5. Okay, a little bit of tactics, and here we are. If they trade queens and play another endless rook endgame, it's gonna be a really something symbolic that in every even game we have something to learn by watching how he plays some rook endgames. Okay. White is suffering a lot here. Okay, black has two bishops, and this bishop on c3 now completely shattered by the black pawns. Very unpleasant position to play. Here, suddenly the worst is over for black. Queen d2, and maybe it's more practical to shake hands. And then I did a great job in saving a very unpleasant position which he got through the opening. Here the endless massage is on, with no any sign of life. Okay, Sergei Drigalov predictably converted his advantage, too many pawns up. Rudik predictably squeezing. What we've said, no idea if he succeeds. Here it's an interesting game. Bishop b3, knight h4. I don't know if black needs that simplification, but okay, let's take it as a possible choice. Bishop to h2. Okay, maybe Ilya wants maybe to put the bishop to e5, and also to close a bit of e-file. Take bishop e5. Okay, centralization. Rook d8. It easily can end up that black will sack on e5, because otherwise black just has no moves. If white goes on some rook f1 sort of it, I don't see any way how black can move. So it can be easily that rook f5 comes at certain moment, and then okay, de queen f5, and it's gonna be an endless job because not so much material left. White is, I think, objectively better, but it's far from easy to convert it or even not to blunder something, especially with this endless time trouble. Here looks closer to the draw to my taste, but it's okay. Both sides are still playing. Here, objectively white should be winning, of course. Okay, just some little care for that pawn, but if it's not promoting, then the game should be over. It was not a really successful choice by Vladimir, and he was basically suffering through the very beginning of the game, and he still continues suffering and no real relief at any moment at the game. Leia after btakes f5, btakes e6 check, and rook b7 check. Okay, it's still bad but not lost. King c8, rook f7. Okay. That's okay. Bishop c2. Okay, but that's some game. Yeah. Okay, at least white is not losing a piece. Okay, bishop b3. And rook h7. f4. Ah, so she wants just to queen that one. Yeah. Okay, now I saw her point. So she's still boxing white here and wants to promote the opponent. It's a bit unusual way how she wants to win. e6, bishop c4 check, king to g1, rook takes e3, okay, f5, so at least a couple of pawns. e3, rook s7, king b8. It still should be lost, of course, for white, but it's still the game goes on. These pawns are not going too much ahead, and this. Okay, king b8, probably rook where to f5. Or somewhere to f5. How to finish white? e2? e2. Probably just it. Okay, white probably needs to take anyway. It's not so many useful moves. And black wants just to centralize the king, also king c7, king d6, to make sure that these pawns would never promote. And okay, objectively, of course, it should be dead for white still. Just it takes much more time for black to prove it. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the top boards. So Hans agreed a draw. Jan Nepomniachtchi is completely winning. And, okay, so probably it's already also over. Maybe Evgeny resigned after d7. There's no way black can hold it. So Jan is making an important step. He's also joining the leaders with 5 out of 6. Evgeny is having a bit shaky tournament. He lost already one game, a bit unnecessarily, as we've seen. Also, he was lucky against the Iranian player. He was having huge troubles at a certain moment, but okay, he has huge and great fighting spirit. So he was on 4 out of 5, but this game ended up not in his favor, but still 3 rounds to go. An extra pawn for white, but the opposite colored bishops, and really hard to count on winning this. Okay, Rich, of course, will try to do his best, and maybe d5, bishop b3. If he swap queens, it's still some practical chances for white. This pawn of f5 actually kinda unpleasant, I would say. So the game would definitely go on. Shima is just dying objectively. Knight f5, okay, but if you play knight f5 being an exchange down, then it means the game is over. Rook c7, and yeah, it's resignation time, it seems. No any checks, nothing, just exchange up and decisive attack for white. Shima is a bit sad, but what to do? A big game, a big effort from Andrei. It was quite a complicated stuff, and he out-complicated him, if we can use such a word. Here, Raunak is also a bit dying also. And indeed, yes, Alexei went just to 96, rook e6, g4. Okay, some possible move. Queen d7, rook e1. It's the most important move. This the open file should belong to white till the rest of the game. King h7 and just f3. Looks, no, to call it dead lost is maybe too strong. But I will never believe in any defensive chances here for black. It looks horrible and should be over. And should be over. Okay, this is draw. This is also draw. This is still on, but position looks completely sad and bad, but just has a decisive attack, and there is absolutely no counterplay at the present moment. Okay, all white needs to do just not to make any blunder. Also, all game was Denis Lazavik also won. Okay, let's take a look to the same game. Can we see one more rook endgame from Ivan or not? So after this, rook g3. A bit mysterious. Why does he moved his rook from f1 to g1? Knight c4. Knight e3. Why not? Sometimes simple chess is very effective. Just attack the pawns. Knight to d5. King to g7. c4. Rook e4. Maybe white got a bit tired. I don't understand his last moves. I mean, okay, he sacked the pawn, but not clear what he actually got for that. So, okay, black just enjoys, I guess. Okay, he's not worse. At least he got his also f pawn. Okay, should be objectively draw, but last 10 moves are not a success for white. White actually wisely fixed the draw. I would never accept it on the black side, but okay, who I am. And a bit of lucky escape. Here also the players decided not to lose the energy and the time and made a good practical choice, agreed the draw. F4, probably fixing some pawns on the light squares. Very, very unpleasant for black. This position is very passive, and I don't know, maybe white intends some bishop d3, maybe to attack also this pawn on g6. Okay, black can go still some rook g7. Okay, then maybe knight c5, and now attacking both weaknesses. Really, really unpleasant for black. Rudik is centralizing, queen g8. He doesn't want to take this pawn, but because then white will attack b6 with checks. What goes on here? Still, I believe it should be equal, but both players are ready to play till the end. Actually, here black doesn't wish to sack on exchange. f5, queen c2, rook c8. Okay, queen g6, queen b3 probably. Okay, queen to d1, rook, queen b7, pinning some pieces. King g1, rook, queen b6 again. Now rook e5 is there. Yeah, maybe black can just hold it even without any huge measures. I don't know if we've seen that game, if it's ended or not. This might be some repetition of moves, or because it seems that both players has left the board. And if it does so, that probably just ends up in a draw. Position probably indeed equal, so this same game, not the same game, is just a dead lost for white. This same game should be easily winning for white if he does not blunder something. His white is objectively okay. There's some chances to play, but maybe black will hold it with a precise defense. Okay, king f3, g4, probably black's hope. And yeah, in the long run, black should hold it probably. It just will take some time. Leia actually won the game. It was... no, after rook f4 she went for rook f8. So that's how she wants to win white's pawns. Rook f2, e2. A concrete business. Okay, now rook e1 is in the air. Rook b2, king c7. Rook king f2. Rook b3. Amazing stuff. Yeah? Even rook e6 was possible, maybe just to pick the pawn. Okay, rook b3. So she's not at any concern. Okay, you have to pass pawns. Okay, I will do my own business. This check on e7. King b6. Rook e3. Finally, rook takes e5. The pawn has disappeared. King c5. h3, rook e5, king d2, king b4, rook somewhere, bishop b4. So Dmitry was playing till the last possible moment. Only when the black pawn is promoting, he resigned. Well-deserved win for Leia. Probably Dmitry overpushed, and Leia is on 4 out of 6, with all the chances even to go up. Okay, there are not so many games left, so let's take a look at the top boards whom we have left here. Whom do we have here? Okay, so Yan Nepomniachtchi won his game, and Andrei Yesipenko also. He finished in his favor his game. Here, position is dead lost. It's probably just over for Ronak. He made a huge effort to come back, but Alexei Gaganov is playing fantastic tournament. Actually, you should not be taken by his elo. Okay, his elo now is relatively small, 24 something, but I remember playing him when he was above 2600, and he was the player who was qualifying to play the super finals even 10 years ago. So he's a good player, so we should not be surprised to see him playing on the top boards, and looks like he'll be one of the leaders. Yes, Raonak also resigned, and it means that Alexei Gaganov is also joining the leaders with 5 out of 6. So Richie is here. Still an extra pawn for white, but the question, do white can make any significant progress or not? That's a big question. Maybe not big, but some question. So, okay. Also, don't forget that the players are playing under seconds till the rest of the game. And normally such a situation provides any sort of magic. So black is choosing between probably rook g1 and rook e2. Rook e2 looks sort of normal, king f1, and just Different moves are possible. Okay, what else for black? So black, yes, rook e2 has been played. Okay, king f1, okay. Nobody will blunder your mate. That's a good side of the story. So probably rook f2, king e1, and what them? If rook g2, f takes, bishop c3, king f1 I can go. Okay, black takes on g3, but that's then some d4. I don't know, there are some pawns. So some of this, maybe I can give it some try. Maybe some rook d7 later. I mean, it should be holdable for black, definitely. Just I'm trying to understand, does it requires a big effort, or it should be just a reasonable play? Okay, yes, rook g2 happened. Okay, white is taking on e5. It's maybe perpetual. No, perpetual. I think actually maybe rook g1 and it was a perpetual check. Or not. Okay, so this. I mean, here, if black starts to check, can white escape? Escape these checks. G1, king e2, rook g2, king d1, rook g1, king d2, rook g2, king c1. I think it's just a perpetual check, no? Why black is trying to play? I just don't see how to avoid checks after rook g1, and he played bishop c3, I think. But bishop c3 no longer makes this perpetual mechanism possible. I'm quite confused, actually. I'm quite confused. Maybe I'm missing something, but it looks like bishop c3, king f1, rook g3 happened. So it's like this: check, king f1, and rook g3. It's maybe still equal, but why to play it? I guess black can't win it, so maybe it's easier to fix the draw than to play. Okay, let's see if I go d4, just to see. Okay, my next move is probably rook d7. So what's now? Some f4. Okay, if I go rook d7. No, I'm really surprised that black decided to play it. Does he really think that he can win it? F3, maybe black can hold it. No, f3 I cannot hold because king f2 just no. No, I'm still shocked by the black's choice. Or maybe some wrong with broadcast, but it seems that it showed bishop c3 actually. Wow, that's amazing. That's really amazing. And what, after d4 he came king f8? But that's a very, very shaky business. White spawn up and white keeps some pawns, and who knows actually. Okay, we'll try to return to this board maybe later. And what we have, okay, all these games has finished. Who else is playing? Okay, these youngsters are playing. Okay, objectively, I think it should be draw. Okay, 3 against 3. Not so many things to do, but okay, Artem is ahead on time, and looks like Ivan is not playing convincingly the second half of the game, so he might try to bullet him out. Let's say it in the modern words. This also games has finished. Here we have okay, lots of simplifications. White ended up winning a pawn, but positions may be closer to the draw. Some d4 may come at some moment, and then if king joined, then we already have seen how it's possibly dangerous. Here I just dislike completely position of the knight on b8. And okay, maybe some rook somewhere, bishop a5, and then just try to attack the white pawns. It looks quite close to the draw. Okay, rook h2 is also okay. Just bishop a5 is coming, yes, even better to have the side. I check also. King a3, check, and okay, black simply can try to win that pawn. No, white clearly somewhere misplayed it. Okay, rook a6 also, white can blunder bishop a2, so you need always to be careful. Maybe actually it's a wise play this somehow to fix the draw and not to play with the fire. Probably the moment where he can win the game, probably objectively gone. Okay. This I don't know how to comment. It's just you need to understand that it will be forever and ever. Okay, probably Rudik wants to protect the pawns and come his king all the way to c3 to b2. In that way, he really gets some chances. Okay, because white pawns are fixed and black has like some extra pawn 3 against 2. So it's basically possible to play. It's really hard to win, but okay, if you're a patient player and you love chess, okay, you can try to do so. Ilya Lyushonok and Vahe really agreed the draw, and Sergei Labanov won his game. Here something happened, and instead of resignation, it's white who is about to resign. A bit strange, but white just blundered the whole board. At some moments, knight e3, rook e5, h2, b5, knight h4, king f6, and all of a sudden white just give up all the pieces and decided not to win, but decided to lose the game. Okay, it's always an option. And just white resigns. Don't know how to comment this. White has like absolutely winning positions, that's for sure, and white actually lost that game. So a big piece of luck for Vladimir. Anyway, he's a good grandmaster, so he deserves to sometimes be granted with a nice fortune. And despite his not very fortunate opening, he was fighting well, and on a side who took this chance. Okay, this game is still progress, but there's winning for white. Okay, 2 pawns against the knight and 2 pawns against the bishop. That's technically lost, but requires not to blunder. Basically, that's the main requirement. If white succeeds not to blunder, he gonna win it. Okay, not so many games left. Okay, let's go to these guys. So a bit mysterious decision by Bardier. Either he didn't see the perpetual check, or I'm blundering something, but it looks like it was just immediate game over. But instead, I mean, here just rook g1. I'm still shocked. And instead he went for check, rook g3, d4, king f8, rook d7. But now it's lots of play. It's lots of play with all chances for white to win. Take rook e6, bishop f4, and the pawn can promote. Rook f1. Okay, even lazy rook f5. I don't know if white can win it immediately, but now white has 2 pawns and all the chances to finish black. Rook h5. Incredible, just incredible. A miss for him, because okay, if the pawn should be protected, probably on h6, otherwise just no play. But that should be lost. I don't know. White has this super strong pawn on e6, and all pawns and pieces are protecting each other, so this should be objectively lost. And okay. These two players are still enjoying the company of each other. Not many things happened, 2 against 2. So material became even more limited. I still don't see why and who is playing for the win. Probably black is actually trying an endless pleasure for both sides. Okay. Here, Queen h7. Another endless pleasure for Rudik. He's slightly better by his pawn structure, just really hard to make any progress without taking a severe risk. Otherwise, yeah, if he can get his king to around c3, then okay, then of course white is in a big trouble, probably lost, but just a question if he can get the king there without providing some chances to white. Because like this, okay, white simply stands on the 7th rank. The king is cut, and what basically black wants remains pretty unclear. Just I think what Maxim needs, he needs to play fast, some easy moves, just to play fast to accumulate time. Not to spend time on some easy situation. Okay, king 7, okay, check, king somewhere, go back and just quick, because okay, because if black will over push and bluff, okay, it's better to have 4 or 5 minutes on the clock than to have 40 seconds. I don't see some normal way of black to how he can play for win, but any bluff, of course, is basically possible. Because probably the draw does not fit the plans for the black player. Okay, here the game goes on. Objectively, it's no chances mathematically for black. Practically, of course, there always exists. And okay, from the top group, that's it. Also, we have Pavel Pankratov, who is still playing. Okay, it should be objectively winning for white. Okay, the king is boxed and there are no many chances to hold. If we go down and down, someone else, not much. I see Polina Shvalov made a draw and some other favorites won. Okay, let's try to catch more games, but okay, it's not that easy probably. Probably not that easy. Okay. Back to Ricci. Still, the top table is still present and the game is still on. White has made a progress. His king reached the g6 square. Now also some h4 probably to ask the bishop to go back, and then lucky for white is a position where white cannot basically blunder. So everything's so well protected, so well defended, and just maybe his main concern is not to fall asleep. If he does not fall asleep, then he should convert, of course. It means that basically all the elo favorites making an important step forward. Some of them has a tough start, some of them has an easy start, but after round 6, they more or less reaching the top tables. The main surprise for the moment, of course, Alexei Gaganov. Okay, I'm not so surprised because I played him. I know that he is a very strong player, but just if we see his rating, his present rating, we might be actually quite surprised to see him on 5 out of 6. And also he played already 4 strong GMs. Okay, these guys, okay, 1 against 1. Great. Great. Let's play till the absolute end. Just play it, play it, play it. Like, okay, this is probably what chess.com teaches all the young players. You have to play till the very end. Rook against rook, pawn against pawn, king against king. Doesn't matter, just you see a piece, you touch a piece. I don't know why basically the game continues, but okay, hard to say. Both players seems to be present and seems to be putting their best effort. Yeah, you see both players are in a position, okay, I will think, I will choose, I will play. It's even hard to blunder. I mean, let's say white goes rook f7, I want to blunder. Does it a blunder? Okay, knight g5, king d4. Even this is maybe, I mean, I'm trying to blunder. So I'm just trying to see if I can seriously blunder something. It was actually the black's move. Okay, rook f1. So sometimes even blundering is a problem. Ivan had a great position after the opening, but Artyom was very, very effective in creating counter chances, and he complicated his opponent well enough to hold his problems. This is another forever joy for both players. No idea if white can really needs to waste time in playing this. It's no objective reasons to count on nothing else than a draw, but yeah, but visually the position looks more pleasant for white. So white can try to play. King reached the s6 square. Fantastic achievement. I don't know what king does on the 6. Absolutely no idea. Black needs to be slightly careful. Okay, still enough resources to hold probably. So I'm trying to understand what's black idea. King from s6 is not in any, does not have any potential. If king is on c6, then okay, then it's another story. If he can't get to c5 to b4, then yes, we have something to talk about. But this position with king on s6, I don't know what is. What is that? King this. Still, I don't get the point of such a play. Black can never invade because the queen c7 and at least perpetual, but even not to miss some mate like queen b8, queen 8 maybe. Okay. So this I believe should be still a draw, but I'm okay. We're certainly surprised by the desire to play till the very end. This game also, I don't know if we shall take a look and comment. I mean, it's a dead draw objective, but players seems to have a desire to play till the very end. If they had such a desire, okay, we can't stop them, of course. Rook h5. Okay. Okay, but now it seems that he also wins the h6 pawn. Queen, bishop d2, maybe rook f5. Maybe that's his point. And then just to go with rook f7, and the threat is to take in king f7. Basically no way how black can defend it. A big miss by Iranian player. He was He's actually defending quite well, quite inventive, and okay, after the opening his position looks a bit suspicious to me, but he came up with lots of nice resources. And then instead of perpetual he went to that, to no idea why. So he resigned, and it means that Richie also got a very, very important win. He is also on 5 out of 6. Also, actually, he missed at certain possibilities in the games which he finished in a draw. So far, he also looks very, very well formed for that event. After Rook 5, Black resigned. So, okay, how many games we have left? We have left this position, but I think we can simply skip it. It's not of any big interest to see when this guy and who will say enough. We have this position which can be played forever, basically. Maybe 50 moves rules will apply it, but objectively that's draw. Okay, the knight is better than your bishop, we know, but just not enough material to play. And we have this stuff which seem to finish now, because okay, black now cannot avoid some perpetual check probably. Only if he wishes to go really crazy. I mean, king g1 to go e3, king c8, queen b7, take, f takes, king c6, and it looks actually a possible play, yeah, and then to go this way. It can be really funny. Okay, white can just take on e3, of course. Nobody forces you to go check. But that's actually a funny business, yeah. To lose that pawn, but to get your king into some marsh, and then white needs to calculate. Okay, 3, check, take, king c6, king f2, king c5. Then black is faster probably. So black is faster, but white may just take on e3. Just take on e3. The only thing Maxim has to do, I guess, he needs to play really fast. He doesn't need to waste his time. Okay, now it's a little bit of more chances to black because he has more checks now. It still should be draw, but it just, okay, he exchanged one pawn and he can play forevermore. Just play forevermore. Hard to say if black has any objective chances, but with the given time control, he has all the subjective chances. Just keep playing. Maybe white can blunder something, because now the white king is slightly more exposed to some checks also. If you blunder any check, the game can be finished. Okay, and we have also this game still in progress, which is objectively, as I said, it's objectively a win for white, relatively easy. So just be patient and do your job. Here Pavel already succeeded, I guess. Okay, 96 is coming, and okay, probably he'll be able to pick up some of the black pawns. Maybe first king h8, then 96, then knight to g7 to avoid any pins. Anyway, this looks like over. Should be over. Or maybe king g6 first. Yes, king g6 and 96, and knight takes g7 and resigns. Yeah, white just picks the pawns, and black has no any chances, any counter play. He plays some young player, I guess. Yeginagi Barat, and okay, he able to outplay him. So all the top boards, I guess, they finished their games, and we have basically Ivan and Artem. Those are playing a completely drawish endgame. We have Manuel Petrosyan and Lev Zverev also completely drawish endgame. We have Maxim Samosenko, Rudik Makaryan also objectively completely drawish endgame. And we have Jacques Shilikov, Erjan against Mamikon Gbuzyan, the objectively easy technical job for white. So maybe at this moment we can a bit conclude the round 6, because I don't expect any big events to happen. So the leaders made the draw, Hans made the draw, and it was not maybe a very tough task for him, but at certain moments he seemed to be a bit under pressure, but he successfully resolved his problem. So he kept his leadership, and he's also now on 5 out of 6. A lot of decisive games in a leading group. White players were very effective. Jan Nepomniachtchi beat Evgeny Nair with white pieces. Richie Rapat beat Denis Barbardier also with the white pieces. Andrei Yesipenko beat Alexander Shimanov with the white pieces. And Alexei Gaganov also won his game against Radvanin Sonak, and also with the white pieces of 4-0 in a group with 4 out of 5. And that means we have 6 leaders going into the 7th round. We have Aram Gabyan, Hans Niemann, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Richie Rapat, Andrei Yesipenko, and Alexei Gaganov. These 6 players we have on 5 out of 6, and looks like with just 3 remaining rounds, most likely out of this group, one player or maybe group of the players will be fighting for the very top places. And of course we have lots of players trailing by half a point, also big group, maybe around 10 players on 4.5 out of 6. So I guess for today that's it. Just to remind you that tomorrow we have also a double round day. It's a big pressure for the players, and also it's going to be most probably a decisive round. So round 7 will start at 11 a.m. Moscow time, and the 8th round will start at 7 p.m. also Moscow time. So welcome all of you to our live broadcast. Hope you enjoy today's round, and see you all tomorrow.